live. Double check that YouTube's working this time around because it wasn't working the last time around. Good. Good. It's all coming together. Just finished chapter 1 of the altars. Nice. I have been working all day since like 10 in the morning. It's time to keep working. No, so I let's flick it over here. Ta-da! Look at that. There's some text on my boobies. Isn't that what you want? Texting boobies. So we're setting up the channel for the AI stuff. Oh my god, please tell me that was a minimize and not a close. All right, thank god. So you see we're all over the place. I got a million things everywhere. Been super busy working on this. But check it out. Check it out. And this is the new channel hooked up. It just says AI coding machine, 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 AI coding machine. What's on your mind? AI coding machine, AI coding with that's what's on my mind. But yeah, so we got this hooked up. I was going to be streaming the YouTube side of things on this account, but you have to wait 24 hours. And it's 24 hours from when you attempt to go live, not from when you fill out the verification, which is annoying. Guess I filled out the verification before now. But, you know, it wasn't 24 hours before now. Alrighty. This is where we were before. Actually, this is the first project. Close that. Was I editing? Hold on. Fuck, I need that back. So, like I was saying before, I was going to edit this prompt and make it not my work prompt. And I have done that. I thought I was doing that in here, the native tracker, but apparently I was doing that in the other project. Open up the other project, you son of a gun. I want that file. I've earned that file. I made that file. It may have been heavily inspired, but all code is. None of it's original. All right. Yeah, that's not one I open that way for some reason. I guess I can just go into the file and grab it myself. I'll do that real quick. And then I'll give a quick recap of what's been done previously, where we're at, and where we're heading today. All right, and that project is in programming, source, Tarkov tracker, documents, and copy that file. Paste it over here. Are you sure you want to paste feature? Yeah, I am sure. Wait, what? Yeah. This is the updated one, right? Yeah. All right, cool. Because it's got TT for Tarkov tracker. All right, sweet, sick. So what we did previously, last time on Shitty Streaming. So last time what we did is we set up this project. This is just the skeleton application offered from Overwolf. Nothing fancy here. It is. I don't know how it fully works because this is my first time interacting with Overwolf and trying to build a Overwolf overlay. And so we're going to take AI to it and see how much we can accomplish using a not quite vibe coding pattern. Sorry, clickbait, but it's spec coding, which is like vibe coding with some guardrails. And I like guardrails because I'm weird. All right, so what we've done after that is we've created this documents folder. And in the documents folder, we are attempting to we're going to track the individual features as we build them in this documents folder. And we are going to be building an Escape from Tarkov tracker. So we have the base project set up, and we tried prompting Gemini 2.5 to build out the stack. And it built out some stuff. I told you all that I would review this and clean it up between the streams, and that did not happen. I apologize. What has happened instead is I built out the other YouTube channel because the last stream had 200 people stop by with like 15 people chilling for a good majority of the time. So I was like, maybe I should compartmentalize my gaming channel and the streaming stuff. So I got that hooked up. We'll be streaming on that for programming stuff in the future. Just can't do it today. We have an error image while viewing this image. Open file using VS Code standard text binary editor. Oh, I don't want to do that. Why doesn't this open up? Do I need an extension? Let me just look. SVG coding, minify, prettify, preview, all in one. Tons of stuff. Sure. 4.5 stars. I'll trust publisher. Install. Sounds great. All right. Speaking of which, while we're doing that, let me grab a mermaid preview so we can get some documentation preview as well. Sounds good. Nice. All right. So I have purchased Manus AI, and it has a pretty big context window. And so I actually kind of took very similar prompts that created the general design that we're looking for. And I fed it in there. And holy shit, what it gave me out is insane. Absolutely insane. I've not parsed it yet. So we're going to try to work together. And I think the goal for today is going to be to have maybe just the skeleton of the application set up. Maybe we'll have some features made out with some mock data. Maybe. But let me get those documents brought in so we can kind of see where we're heading and what we're doing. Is it best to just add here or to drag in? Let's do some dragging in. Downloads. So I think this is going to be the most robust document that I've got, and maybe the only one I need. Can I drag that in? Negative, Ghostwriter. All right, there we go. Don't know why I failed the first time. Does that move it to this location? Sweet, it does. New to using this IDE. Previous IDE would just make a reference to it. All right, so here's our Escape from Tarkov Assistant app development plan with the task broken down. This was a 74-page PDF. Holy fucking shit, is it massive, dude. I just got this generated right before going live. I can show you a little bit about what I was doing, just so that is on the record. I was using Manus because I bought it because I thought Manus was super cool. And what I did was I linked it a document that basically said, hey, please brainstorm the overall structure and list out the features. And so it did that. It didn't take it too long. And then I linked it a file and said, oh, I guess it wasn't a file. Then I said, hey, I answered all of his questions because it asked me some questions at the end of this. I wanted some clarification on some pretty important things. Once I provided it the clarification, I then said, hey, I want you to just look at the last output and add this to it. And this is adding in some architecture overview, database stuff, API design, front-end architecture, detailed CRUD operations, user flow, security considerations, test strategy, data management, error handling. I just said, hey, given the last thing you told me, please add this to that. And from there, he gave us a file. Pretty sick looking file. And then I said, all right. Now, given your last thing, for each feature in the previous file, break out the task for however many tasks it takes. And then it generated that. And it took me about 1,200 credits to do all of this. So I used up almost my entire month. And yeah, you can get a lot done. These Manus credits they're pretty generous, honestly. It was just that much shit it was doing and looking up. And to be honest, I'm pretty nervous about this because, well, I didn't expect how much output it gave me, and I don't know how accurate it's going to be. Because previously my plan was to just say, like, hey, let's make the feature of skeletoning out and like getting the task going. But now I've got it breaking down what we're supposed to be doing. And let's see what it thinks. See what it thinks and try it out, because it's going to be cool. We're going to find it out together, you know? So open up my super cool guy water. No, it's basement dweller water at all. Wow. Rude. You're in a basement too. You're cool though? Is it because the basement's cool? Yeah, it's the only reason why you're cool. All right. Let's go. Let's see what's gonna happen. I'm interested. All right, so this thing is saying that our development action plan is task 1, project foundation and Overwolf setup. Initialize the Overwolf project structure and development environment. Detailed technical explanation of what we're accomplishing in this step. This foundational step establishes the complete project structure for an Overwolf native. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're native now. I was like, Electron. Rock went down to Electric Avenue. All right. Using React and TypeScript, we create the essential directory structure, initialize package management, configure TypeScript compilation, and set up Webpack bundling specifically optimized for Overwolf application. Step includes creating the Overwolf manifest file that defines application permissions, windows, and game integration requirements. This step results in a minimal but functional Overwolf application that can be loaded into the Overwolf developer console and display a basic interface. Interesting. You 5-starred it. Nice. Is it level 8? Is it that you nailed it one? Or no, you nailed it's your name. Unlimited power. Is that the name of level 8? Or did you get level 10? I think 8 and 10 are the only ones I have left a 5-star. So over here, let's go ahead and hit keep on this. Let's go ahead and get our commit set up. So this is going to be Gemini, design, brief, and Manus. What was that? Development. Dev action plan. So it's always good to commit. Get that committed. Synced it up. Beat your time, tied your power, and lost in space. I'm always lost in space. All right. Let's see here. So the way that I like to do this is how I'm using it at work. And so we're going to kind of use that pattern. And see how it goes. Okay. So task 1. Let me get a... Oh, wow. This is actually very detailed. I might not need to actually do my feature development pattern thing here. This has the task broken down very, very minor pieces. This is excellent. How is it setting up? What does it think that the file structure is supposed to be using this? Does it say the file structure anywhere in here? I'm not seeing that. Background HTML. Desktop. In-game. Maybe I should have told it what the name of my application was, and because it might not have that knowledge. Well, it absolutely does not have that all knowledge, and so it's probably thinking Tarkov Assistant front end. It's probably thinking Tarkov Assistant is the name of it. Let's do a. Is it Control Shift F? I want to do a replace on this file. Control F. Filled in selection. How do you do this in here? Refactor share, command palette, final references, final references. Out of that. I'm going to do a find and replace. Like I said, I'm just not familiar with this IDE. So doing basic things like a find and replace is difficult because I don't know how the hell it's done. Create the complete front-end directory structure following the Overwolf best practices with separate folders for components, services, utilities, and windows. I think that is how the Electron is set up. Which makes me a little nervous. All right, find and replace. Find all references. This has got to be the first spot for the find and replace, right? Hold on. Why am I even trying to use my brain? This is an AI stream. Sorry. My apologies. Delete this. Come over here. Drag this in. When I created this application, I did not give it, when I created this, sorry, not application, this document, I did not know the name of my application. Please parse it and set the name from anything generic to, I'm testing AI here to see if it's going to identify the Tarkov assistance with Tarkov tracker. Oh shit, that file's too big. I will replace Tarkov tracker with Tarkov assistant in the special. No, you did it backwards. Please parse it and set the name of anything generic. And replace the name of anything generic is what I should have said. Let's see what it does. Yeah, that file's fucking huge. Yeah, source. Okay, so this is. All right. We know what's happening here. I'm figuring it out. I'm surprised that it's wanting to do the setup like that. Oh wait, was public already a thing? Okay. All right, it knows more than me. Public. Is there a manifest? There is a manifest in here. Okay. Ah, damn. Like I said, I'm a back-end dev, so okay, I've updated it to use Tarkov Assistant instead of Tarkov Tracker, and the file has some references. No, that's the opposite of what I wanted. That's the opposite of what I wanted. Actually. How do I do a find and replace? There we go. That's what I want. How do I do a find and replace? Open the command replace Control H and Control H. All right, cool. Tarkov hyphen assistant hyphen front end. No, just why does it have front end on any of these? On all of these? Do these all have it? With Tarkov tracker native. Right? Yeah. Not find in selection. I want to replace all. Cool. Now I want to look for this, I suppose, and see where it has the hyphen. So it's got hyphen front end in a lot of locations. Does it have it where it doesn't have hyphen front end? Because if so, then I'm going to want to replace that. Yeah, so I'm going to want to replace the hyphen front end. I believe these all have it. Every single one of these. Every single one of these. Oh, wait. I know how to check this. We got 181 instances. Let's check for... Okay. So there is not all of them. So I want to find instances where it's probably going to be an immediate slash out. Oh, none. Okay. Is it hyphen backend? It is hyphen backend. Okay. Strange. I don't know if that's supported. I'll be honest. Do Overwolf native applications typically have a front end and back end project? Overwolf native applications are primarily client-side applications that run on the user's machine. They interact directly with the Overwolf API to create overlays, respond to the game, and manage windows. However, it's common for more complex to have a separate backend project if they need to. Okay, it is. All right, sweet. Your Escape from Tarkov Assistant app development action plan clearly outlines tasks with a front end and back end in mind, which you selected and was previously Tarkov. Okay, cool. This indicates your application is designed to have both components, which is a standard approach for applications with this kind of cloud-dependent features that you're planning. Yes. All right. Nice. Let's do it. Ow. I ripped off a giant scab. Cool. All right. Dope. These freaking gnats are back, Alan. This is like the first day they've been here. And I have never found where they come from. And I hate them so much. With a fiery passion. All right. Where is task 2 in here? I want to see if this is all. So the step 1, step 2, step 3. So there. Okay. So you didn't have to tell me I'm aware they're back. Did they just start appearing for you too? All right. All right, let's try this. Well, let's fucking try this. Probably been a couple of weeks for you. Damn. Okay. I'm going to go with a new chat window and erase the history. Let's attempt to do it like this. Okay. Here's how we're gonna do it. All right. I want to disable this so it doesn't look at the file I currently have open. Read the feature development plan fucking bugs. And then let's get to work on feature TT1. Initialize project structure. Does that sound right? Let's go with that. And so this should create us a new features document and then ask us to fill out the intro file. Awesome. That's exactly what it did. And so now from here, what we're going to do is I'm going to say that I look at a reference. There you go. Introduction. Introduction for this task is initialize the project structure, development environment. Boom. That's our introduction. The goal is let me include a bit more detail here. For the context, we're gonna always say that we are an Overwolf, a native application, and I'm really tempted to just copy this straight in and not go through this because holy shit, the level of detail that they put over here is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Holy crap. Yeah, let's just copy this straight over as is. Normally, I would not provide this much detail here because the whole point is for Copilot to figure it out. But in this case, it's all here. I'm going to say suggested task breakdown guidelines. Maybe I remove these and then just post these so that it's not telling it exactly how to build it. Fuck it. Let's just send it. Yeah, typically the pattern that I've been using is you're very vague in the setup, and so that it gives Copilot the freedom. And so I guess now we're just going to experiment with a completely different way of working on things, and we'll see how it goes. Well, that's kind of the point of doing these, is for us to all see this and mess with it together. So I already know that the other way works pretty well. I don't know how this way works. Let's see. I have filled out the intro doc. Let's begin. Oh my god! The planning stage. Boom. Oh, how's the stream been? I didn't look. I've had a lot of issues lately with it being laggy, and I don't know why. Steam, could you stop popping bars up on my face? That would be excellent. Do I just need to block Steam right now? I don't know. It's weird because on my screen they pop up in the bottom right corner, but I was looking over at the stream and I saw it popped up over my face, which was very odd. I guess I can just sign out for now. That's fine. There, hopefully that resolves that issue. All right. So, Steam, go away. What the hell was that on my Steam? That was not what I expected to see. All right. My understanding is that we are setting up a new Overwolf application using React and TypeScript. This involves creating the directory structure, setting up packages, JS config, and the Overwolf manifest. We will also create basic window components of an Overwolf API service layer. Finally, we'll set up some basic. Does this sound correct? If so, we'll proceed with creating the implementation plan based on the suggested stack breakdown. Yes. Create the yes. And feel free to add or subtract from that suggested task breakdown when making the plan. Cool. Maybe we shouldn't give it that type of freedom. So we fill out the intro doc, stating what we wanted to do. This time very descriptively. New style for me. And once it's read it, it did. Now it's going to be filling out this implementation. And then it should continue to build in milestones based off of this implementation. What are you using as a reference? I've never had it hang while doing this, but I never provided that much details. Based on my understanding of the in the existing workspace, I will focus on refining the TS directory. Here's the plan. Wait, is it going to be the TS directory? Oh, wait. Actually, we may have a problem on our hands here. Okay, we may actually have a problem on our hands here. So what I'm realizing is I put my docs inside of the TypeScript folder, and there's like a native folder up on the outside. So this may not have the context of the full everything. Interesting. I've outlined 9 milestones to set up the project structure. Please review the plan. Okay. So document outlines milestones for establishing the project structure and development environment for the Tarkov Tracker Overwolf application with the existing TS directory. The goal is to refactor and build upon the current setup to align with modern React and TypeScript best practices for Overwolf development. Okay. Okay. Wait. I have a question. The current setup for our project is native. Wait, hold on. Is Tarkov Tracker native / native and Tarkov Tracker native / TS. With that setup, it was native for the view and TS for the actually I'm not even gonna make that. This setup came from the example application. Yeah, I put my documents folder in the wrong fucking spot. My bad. Oops. This setup came from the example application provided by Overwolf. We are now looking to build something a bit more advanced that has a dedicated front end and dedicated back end. Should we do that outside of the TS folder? Actually, can you first break down how that is intended to function? And second, We are now looking to build something a bit more advanced that has a dedicated front end and dedicated back end. Should we do that outside of this TS folder? All right. Provide that. Okay, cool. What is Copilot Unit? Of a clear and organized structure with distinct folders for different types of source code, facilitating. Let's break down the current project structure and discuss how to proceed with a more advanced setup. Understanding the current native NTS structure. The Overwolf sample application often provides two distinct directories, native and TS, to illustrate different approaches or a potential migration path. Native directory, this typically represents a more traditional Overwolf application structure. It usually contains plain JavaScript, HTML, CSS, for various application windows, background, desktop, and in-game, etc. It has its own manifest file with its which is the core configuration file telling Overwolf how to run the app, the permissions, the windows, the definitions, etc. In a script for services. Wait, does it have a script for that? Oh, it does. Nice. Okay. TS directory. This directory is set up for a more modern development workflow using TypeScript and potentially a UI framework like React, which we're planning to use. Package.js managed node dependencies for the TypeScript, including TypeScript itself, framework libraries, React. TS config.json configures the TypeScript compiler, setting up the compiler. Yeah, I know what that does. Webpack config configures Webpack, a modular bundle, yada yada. Source, this is where your type source for the application windows, background, and other logic resides. Build output implicit. When you build a TS project using npm scripts that run the Webpack, Webpack compiles and builds your code into an output directory, come in the distributed or build. Oh my god, how they're intended to function in the sample context. The sample likely provides these two to show the old way and the new way. For your project, especially since you're aiming for a more advanced application, the TS directory is the one we will be focusing on building out. So are you telling me that none of these files in here are used for the front end? Because I don't believe you, my guy. Oh, never mind. It's got background HTML. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, well. Make me a believer. All right. Building more advanced dedicated front and back end. Now, let's address your goal of having a dedicated front end and dedicated back end. Dedicated front end itself, the Overwolf application itself is your front end. This is a client-side application. Yep, dedicated backend. This term typically refers to a server-side application that your front-end Overwolf app would communicate with. Well, yeah, so we're going to have the, persistent data. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yep. Here's how to think about the context of your project. If you mean a remote server-side backend, yes, it should be developed outside of the TS folder. So your client-side application code. Server-side backend would be a separate project. You might create a new top-level folder with your cargo tracker native repository, or even manage it in an entirely separate repository. The backend could be written in any server language framework. Node, Python, Django, Flask, who cares? If you're referring to the Overwolf background window, no, I'm not. Continue to use the tag in the front end. For now, focus on initialized project structure. Establish a robust foundation for your Overwolf client application within the TS directory. Does this explanation help clarify the roles? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay, so we might be fine here. We might be fine. Can I have it? I want to ask it a question about the setup. I wish these would collapse under each other. I don't want the task breakdown. I want to, because see, we want to use like cloud storage type stuff for the market, and for like I want to be able to build in like weapon loadouts or whatever. So like if Alan builds a weapon loadout, I want him to then be able to like post that, and anyone can download his gun Like it would have the stats of the gun and everything, right? I think that would be sick. Let me look actually in here. Why am I being a goofball? Let me go dash backend. So, what do we expect to have done here? Looks like we've got a few things here. Okay. Yes, it does help. When reviewing, oh man, I'm gonna blow its context up if I link it this document. Oh my god, I shouldn't do this. It's gonna shit the bed. Looking at the dev action plan document I just linked you, I noticed it has a Tarkov tracker native front end source and a Tarkov tracker native backend source. Do you think that is necessary? And is it attempting to not use the starting framework provided at all? Let's see what it says. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, so I think what I suspect is it's wanting to build out two new things. This folder is going to be like the I suspect this folder is going to be the like one. Like they try to have it all in a single one. There are some excellent points about the development plan. Let's try to clarify this. This path refers to the Overwolf application itself. This is the client-side code. You mentioned saying looking at the escape task breakdown section consistently uses the prefix front end. That's not true. The plan does mention backend services like AWS. However, the code outlined task outline for integrating with these external backend services from our client side. There are no tasks to provide documents that describe building a separate custom server-side application. Okay. What it means for you, the backend logic from the Overwolf app, such as managed local database, handled game events or communication, will reside within our TS services code. If in the future you decide you need a dedicated custom remote server backend for complex data processing, managing user accounts, and yada yada, then yes, that would be a separate project, likely in a new directory, like native server, okay, or even a different repository. Is it attempting to not use? No, quite the opposite. The TS directory within its package TS config is the starting framework for the modern Overwolf. Okay, Overwolf action plan aims to build upon this and enhance this existing framework by introducing React for building the user interface, establishing a more organized structure within the source for components, and yada yada. In summary, we will continue to use the TS directory as the root of our application, and file paths like native front end source. And the development plan should be mapped to source Tarkov tracker native TS source. Hold up, what? Okay, the backend functionality described in the plan will be a part of the client application they're leveraging. Does this explanation align with the understanding? Yes, it does. Okay. So, should we update that document so that Tarkov tracker native front end is simply just TS? This is a good idea. Update the document with TS and all the paths consistent with our actual thing. Hence our clarity. Okay. Front end, source, public, etc. Okay. I can make the changes document. Would you like me to proceed with that? Yes. All right. Not what I thought we would be doing with this, but hey, it's fine. 1,500 lines. It did not do what it said it did. At all, did it? Oh, I will, not I have. My apologies. Sorry, AI. I'm being impatient. So we first have all the updates to removing the word assistant. Is it even running? Did it break? Did we kill it? Just asking it to look at a document? It's just an MD file. You should be able to do that, buddy. I believe in you. I believe in you, little AI. The little AI that could. All right. It is a pretty massive document. While it does that, oh, thanks. I shall steal water. Here you go. Thank you. All right. So I guess while it's trying to do that, I'm going to try to investigate a little bit further on my own that difference, because maybe I should have just done the change myself. So I'm surprised that, I mean, it thinks it's just trying to talk about in here, which I guess makes sense. Because right now it's got the background, the desktop, the end game. Does it talk about using that in here? Is background a word? It is. Create a main window, background window component. And okay, awesome, cool, sweet. I like this. I am, like I said, I've never interacted with the Overwolf native, and I'm not a front end dev, so it's completely new ground for me. And I think that's one of the powerful things of AI. It can help catch up to speed. I do have a lot of experience programming, just not with any of this framework or style or nothing. Like none of this gibberish. I write APIs, damn it. I get data from point A to point B. I do ETLs. It's important. Somebody's got to be in the trenches. I'm down here making sure that everything's uniform so the next process can run. Sanitizing data, making it purty, getting all the teeth in a row. All right. Well, 139 changes. Want to double check that they look correct at least a few times. They sure do. Never trust. Always trust but verify. That's the saying. All right. Now with this in mind, I want to view. I do feel a lot more confident in what it's wanting to do. Whoa. Let's proceed. Well, now it's tired of my bullshit. And you notice that, like, I'm asking, like, it starts off and it's like, you want to talk to me? We can have a conversation. I start going off on a tangent. It's late. Meds have worn off. I get distracted. I start running down the street, and the AI is like, okay, I ran down the street with you, but I'm tired of running down the street with you. I'm gonna get my ass to work now. And it's like, oh, okay. All right. Let me, before we go on, I understand that it's done running down the street with me, but I'm still halfway down the street. Okay, quit opening up the preview file. I'm trying to look at it right here, bastard. All right, I want to look for that hyphen backend. It said that it never referenced. It's absolutely referencing building a separate app. I wonder if because it said it only got partial, that it didn't read it all. It claimed that it got to like line 1500. That's all of them. I bet you whenever it parsed it, there's so many of the words that are the same that I bet you it thought it was the same thing. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. Do you approve of this plan? All right, hold on. Let me look at the milestones. So here's the cool thing before doing this. Standardize the project directory structure with TS. Verify the update package and core dependencies. Configure the verified TS config for React. Configure it and verify webpack. Implement basic window with React. Implement basic background window with React. Create initial Overwolf API service layer. Initialize basic styling system. Do you approve of this plan? If so, we can continue on. All right. Before we run that, I just want to show you that this does do a thing currently. And I will show you that by trying to remember how to show you that. I believe I launch Overwolf and then I can launch the sample app. So here it is. This is our application. This is what we have right now. And whenever I fire off Tarkov, this will hook into the game and say, hey, Tarkov is running. And that's about all we get right now. But that is still, I think, awesome. I just want to verify this because we're going to try to completely replace the UI with React. And so when we do this replacement, I want to first confirm it works before I run it because I ran this a few days ago. And then, and just to make sure that nothing dumb's happened and it doesn't work anymore, right? And then we're going to replace it with React and then double check it still works. What's up, Dryox? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Yeah, so see now it switched over to this. This is the in-game one. This is a different Overwolf app. I see it's getting the game information. So that's all popping up. Hey Zelda, how's it going? Unassigned to hide this app and return to the game. What the fuck? What is new? I think it's just the thing taking a shit. All right, and then can I? What the fuck? Unassigned to hide this app and return. Oh, I don't have a hotkey assigned for it. All right, well that's fine. Can I not? That was interesting. So when you go to the traders and you look at the task, that's when my Overwolf app go. It's gone. I thought the other window would still be open. Son of a bitch. There's normally like a little Overwolf circle over on the left-hand side. I don't know why that's not popping up. So I don't think that it's running. Let me launch that app again. That was weird. All right, all right, cool. Yeah, so I launched the app again. This is a new version of it. This one, show hide hotkey. And we need to get that hotkey assigned so I can use this. But you can see that it's pulled all the information for our quest. I think this is our current quest. Maybe this is all quest. I don't know. I haven't looked at this. But it pulls our quest info, which is what happens when you come to this page. So the app is hooked up. It is working. And this is just the default starting app. And then setting up the game ID to be the Tarkov game ID, which is provided through the Overwolf documentation and in the previous stream, which will become a video. So that's all tracked. Yo, what's up, Dutchy? You're back. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for saying hi. Okay. Yes, I approve of this plan. Component services and Windows, and moving existing relevant files. Yes, I have confirmed the app functions as is, and we can begin this milestone. All right, so like I said, I'm a little so Dutchy, you know how last time we made some files and they were this ones, was these files. and they were talking about like the steps and like the features. And I was like, yeah, I'll go through and I'm going to filter these out. Well, instead of doing that, I need to change the stream elements thing. I made a new YouTube channel that I will be streaming on and editing these into and stuff. Hopefully, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. But I can't stream on it right now because you have to wait 24 hours. And I just set this up. And then I've also, but instead of editing these down, I just went and tried making a new one in a different way. And holy crap, this way is insanely detailed with individual tasks. Like it is hyper detailed to the point that I don't think I need to do this feature style that I am planning on doing. But I'm trying to combine the two because a huge point of me doing the AI on stream and stuff is for me to learn new things about AI. It's not just this like the goal is to be more of like a cooperative learning experience instead of a prescriptive learning experience, which I know not everybody will be down for, but it's hard to find time to work and stream and learn stuff. So I'm gonna learn stuff while I stream, and then what I think is this: work, stream, learn stuff. We're doing 2 of the 3. All right. So let's begin with milestone 1. Standardized project directory structure with TS. I'll perform the following. I wonder why it's going all the way to the source. Move the existing files around. Oh shit. You're gonna be moving everything. I'll execute this terminal command after the files are moved. I will update the necessary import paths. Are you sure that's the correct terminal command? I mean, this is move and stuff. Whenever I've had a bad experience so far with it running more than one terminal command at once, but we'll see. Create new directories. Yeah, sure. Cool. Looks like it worked out fine. Oh shit, I didn't commit before my thing. Great. I've created the new component service util windows and moved the existing folders to the new structure. The source directory now has the following subdirectories. Next, I will proceed with milestone 2. Would you like me to read the package JSON UI first? First, how much do all these instructions increase cost? That's a very good question. I don't think at all. Period. Ever. Full stop. I don't think it does too much. Now, generating that document was about 1,000 tokens on Manus, which is almost the monthly limit. It's a third of the monthly limit. Because it was done through like 3 prompts. It was basically the exact process I went through before, except Manus is able to keep like the context of files better, and so it was using like all of them at once, whereas before we did an iterative process one at a time through Claude. And honestly, I honestly think that Claude's stuff was really good, maybe even better. I don't understand why Claude is so damn good at the planning phase, but I feel like Claude's real damn good at the planning phase. So, I mean, I think it's either or. I'm not too worried about it. It's not like a prohibitive amount of cost, but you do need access to Manus because I did it through Manus. I think both ways are fine. The main thing, you don't even need to fully plan it out. It's just a good idea to at the very least plan out the basic architecture, because the limiting factor of AI is its context. And so when you try to just like build out an isolated piece, AI is going to do that great, but it's not going to build that isolated piece in a way that necessarily interacts well with the next component if it's going to be a multiple component thing. And so if you plan out all the components ahead of time, just like in real software development, just like software development companies do currently, then you're more likely to get the pieces to work well with one another. And so I just think it's good to plan it out instead of just coming in here and being like, I want a page of weapons. I think it's a good idea. Like, I've got it set up to where it's like, I want the weapons to be stored in an AWS database because I want to be able to build. Like, if you're you won't get to do this as a free customer because it's going to cost me money on database side, right? But like, if you're a paying customer for this, I think it would be cool if you could build out weapons in the app without the game even being open, save them publicly, and then like you can share your builds with your friends, or maybe your builds get like upvotes. Maybe that'd be a system I build out later in the future, or you could like take random builds. I think that'd be cool. And so since I've planned that out ahead of time, it knows that it's going to need to save that off instead of saving it locally. Because if you save the gun build locally, it's not going to be able to be sent to your friends. But I'm real bad about scope creep, so I'm turning this tiny application into the biggest son of a bitch ever, and we're going to see it's going to be great. Pretty excited, honestly. Having a lot of fun with it. All right, so this is let's see here. Milestone 1. Should I put? Do I want to put any more details in that? Than that? I don't think I do. Milestone 1. Yeah. Actually, refactoring project structure. Part 1. Cool. That's how we're gonna do it. Sync. Sure. Continue to milestone 2. Read that package JSON if you want. Cool. So I think these milestones are pretty small, so I shouldn't. Oh, actually, this is a good point. As far as the cost goes, when the milestones are small, that is still like a request. So if you're using like free Copilot agent mode, you get 50 requests. I think I did more than 50. I think not all requests are created equal. Even though when I looked at the pricing guide, it literally just said it depended on what model you were using, and if you were using most of the models, it was just like one request was 1 credit. And so when you have a small milestone and you send it off, you are using a credit from the Copilot. Once you've purchased Copilot, you get unlimited credits. At least that was my understanding. And so that's why I'm not too worried about it. Install React and React DOM. Okay, so this is not going to work. I already know this. It never freaking does because we're in PowerShell, and I don't think a PowerShell command. Yeah. Looks like the npm failed because the and operator. Yeah, there you go. Cool. So hopefully that answered your question. If I didn't, or if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to ask. And I'm going to check the Copilot pricing real quick. Make sure I'm not being wrong on that. GitHub Copilot specifically. Yes, the unlimited code completions is 6x more premium request. Unlimited agent mode. That's what I'm looking for. Unlimited agent mode. So that's why I'm not too concerned. What the hell is a premium request if the agent mode is not a premium request? Option to purchase additional premium request. What is a premium request though? Premium request. Copilot chat, agent mode, code reviews, and Copilot extensions are use premium request. Oh. Agent mode is listed out right here to say unlimited. And then it's listed out right here as a premium request for 30. What? I don't understand. Right? This should be confusing? Or am I dumb? Some Copilot features use more advanced processing power and count as a premium request. The number of premium requests vary premium features. Copilot chat, Copilot agent mode. You can assign GitHub issues to Copilot. I feel like I'm reading conflicting information. Did they use Copilot to generate this page? Is that why there's a mistake on it? Is there a questions tab? Agents. Unlimited with G. Oh. I now understand. By using all 2 brain cells. The agent mode is unlimited with GPT 4.1. It's not unlimited with the other agents, with the other models. It's specifically with 4.1. And I'm over here using 2.5 preview to do some non 2.5 preview requiring things. 4.1 it is. All right, wait. Hopefully, now we're gonna learn if changing the LLM in the middle of the fucking thing. I bet that breaks the context. I bet you that breaks that context. And it's gonna be stupid as hell. I'm gonna break shit. All right, let's see here. What happened? What happened whenever I was looking away? I look away. I'll review the package. I've installed the React. The package looks mostly fine, but I'll make a few adjustments. Add a start script, which is common convention and can be the same as dev for now. Ensure all Overwolf types are up to date, as well as build if newer compatible versions are available. I will assume the current versions are acceptable as per the plan to add or update core dependencies. Here's how I'll update the scripts. I've changed the build script to use Webpack for better optimization and production builds and added the start script. Okay. I will now apply the change. Why did you tell me all this? Now includes the necessary. Next, I'll move to milestone 3. Shall I proceed? Yes. Let's see. Install React and React DOM. Commit. I like committing. I commit frequently. Commit often. Account settings, target. Okay. Module 9. Looks like it's still working just fine when changing it to 4.1. So that's good. After direct restructure, the entry point and HTML templates should be updated to the new locations under this. I'll update the entry and template. Okay, I'll read the manifest, review your things. Sure thing. I've read the manifest. It already defines the 3 windows and their files and includes basic permissions to align with the new project direction. You may want to update the app name, author, and description to reflect Tarkov Assistant, Tracker Assistant. Ensure the window. Would you like to update that metadata? And or permissions now? Or keep the sample values? Let's update them. I'll update them. Escape from Tarkov Assistant. No, that's not the name. It's Tarkov Tracker. It's TT. Because there's a TT pistol. Oh my god, I could put a TT pistol as like a logo on this game. And then whenever you're premium, you get the golden TT. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Update that metadata as follows. I'll use Tarkov Tracker Team as a placeholder. Now, why do you know it's Tarkov Tracker Team, but you think it's Escape from Tarkov Assistant? It's the name. Description: Advanced Escape from Tarkov Overlay Assistant for Overwolf. From Overwolf? It's trying its best. Ooh. Well, hello there, puppy. What's up, Savvy? Who's a good little girl? I don't want to play with you right now. He's a cute little doggy. All right. Create a main window. Create a main. Oh yeah. Let's see here. What's this? Sure. It says it's React stuff. I don't know React. We're going to trust. Believe in the system, man. Believe whatever that says. Should I ask it to? I think I will. Update the before the next milestone. Please update the app name to be Tarkov tracker. So you're supposed to, or I'm not, maybe supposed to is a strong word. I'm trying to let it be like a single writer pattern so that Copilot is the one that writes pretty much all the code. Manifest, you are now ready to proceed to the next milestone. Let me know. Continue. Let me commit in. This one was about, what was milestone 6? Basic main window implemented. All right. Main window recreated in React. Commit. Sync. Continue, please. I'm actually really glad that you asked me about the cost thing, because upon further inspection, I thought I had unlimited. I do, but not using that. Right. Background with React. Create the component for the background. Create the manifest. I'll create the React component. I mean, it's just about making sure that everything hooks up right. We can use the Gemini one for debugging, I think. So, background window. Oh, I'm going to probably start using features and stuff. That's what this should be a feature. I messed up. I'm dirty in my backlog. I need to squash all these commits. We'll finish it out as is for this particular feature. Background window. In React. Boop. Initial API service layer. Sure. Continue. I don't know enough about React to verify these things, but I bet you by the end of this, I'm going to become a React expert. Another thing I like about committing is I like viewing the changes over here. You guys didn't 5-star this Honey, I Shrunk the Singularity one, and I can't either, but I did drastically beat y'all's time. Honey, I Shrunk the Singularity. Is that level 10? Because I think it was like level 8 and level 10 that I didn't have done. How? I have no idea how to verify that this is working. So I'm just gonna say yes. I refuse to move on until I 5-star, no matter how many days. So does that mean you're on World 1 level 10 right now? Create a global CSS file. Here's an initial basic style for the main window. Ensure the main window imports the CSS file so styles are applied. Install React and React DOM type definitions to resolve errors. Okay. Gotcha. Nice. Are likely due to missing type React in the ATS config types array. I'll fix these issues. At 4 machine setup that brought the time down to 1 minute and 3 seconds. I have no idea how you're supposed to drop it to 55 while being underpowered. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's the level with the so that level I only played for like 30 seconds because I was logging off and I just wanted to look at it and I was like, oh, this looks easy to get an answer on the board, and I slapped it down, and then we watched Dustin do it, and I remember when I logged off was whenever you were like, there's enough support here for 4 machines. Yeah. So I haven't taken too big of a crack at that one. All errors are resolved and the global style system is now in place. The main window imports and applies the new global style. Let me know if you want to proceed to the next feature, run a build, or need anything else. This completes milestone. What do you mean proceed to the next feature? Okay, I was like, that's the last milestone, isn't it? All right. So in theory, I think the application has been updated to React from the basic stuff. I don't know. We watched it do its thing. So this final, let's actually do a, is there a way for us to easily test this? Because with it being an Overwolf app, I think I have to launch it from Overwolf, which I don't know why it's not like staying running. Here, let's do a build. Run a build, please. You're back. Oh, son of a bitch. When'd you leave? Oh my God, there's so many things that went wrong. Did you see that the resolution? So I was confused by this because you were asking if it's increasing the cost, and I was like, no, I got unlimited agent mode, and then I was like, wait, premium request says agent mode 300. And then I was super confused, stared at this, had an existential life crisis for a while, and then realized, oh, it's unlimited agent mode with this specific model. And then, so it's okay. Like, I'm not paying extra. Like, if you're on free and you only get 50 per month, then maybe you don't want to do the milestone approach for tiny milestones. But as is, if you're paying the $10 a month, then it's whatever. Then it's all sheesh. It's all sheesh. So yeah, all these errors are because it moved the files around. I'm pretty sure, like, it just manually moved them. It's not like JetBrains resharper, where when you move the file, it automatically fixes the references. It's just literally moving the file and then it breaks all the references, which is such a pain in the ass. What do you mean your file is buildable? I'm seeing 16 errors over here. Don't lie to me. The build now completes all assets processing, including CSS. All remaining errors are TypeScript issues in legacy app windows, not build system or configuration. What do you mean in the legacy files? There is no, this project is brand fucking new. What do you mean there's legacy files? Oh, I'm looking at the changes. All right. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? npm run build. 16 errors. Parameter data implicitly has an error type. What the fuck are you talking about? Provided not fully buildable the feature. Would you like to address the TypeScript errors next or proceed with another task? Please resolve all build errors. Looks pretty fair. Yeah. Here's the need. Has no initializer and is not definitely assigned in the country. Is it not definitely assigned in the country? What are you doing? Is it just that if it's just things need moved? Run command terminal. Is this a build? Cool. 5. Sweet. Improvement. Parameter window name implicitly has an any type. Add a type to it. Object possibly null. Add a null check. Fixes the things. Run the build. And it's successful. Awesome. So now let's say Fix build issues related to React conversion, migration, React migration. All right, now let's see if it actually still works. Because I think that trying to migrate to React is dangerous. It's dangerous. All right, so you gotta hit the key button. See if it runs. Overwolf. Gonna do the Overwolf run. It still popped up, but what does that mean? That's actually, wait, hold on. That's actually a good question. Please add something to the React pages so that when I run the application, I can be certain it's using React now instead of the initial pages. Yeah. Right? That makes sense. Checks out to you, checks out to me. Editor cannot open this window. Why not? Why can't you open the main window to TSX? Is there something you know that I don't know? Where's it even located? It doesn't tell me. Normally when you hover, it tells you. Oh, up here. Source Windows main Windows. Source Windows main. Opens there. All right, whatever. Sure, run it. Run it. All right. React indicator. All right. Put a React indicator active in both main and background windows when you run an application. Seeing this message confirms you're viewing the React powered UI. Sick. Let's do it. Launch. I don't see it. I don't see it. Am I blind? Or is it not there? Okay, well. Let's try launching Tarkov? Question mark? And see if it shows there. I mean, I put it on main. It didn't put it here. This is this. Okay, so this is what we were looking at. What the hell is main then? Welcome, this is the main window of your Overwolf app. I've never seen that. How do I get there? Where'd my game go? I also don't see. This is the in-game window. I'm not seeing the Overwolf thing there. All right, I got to 54 seconds now. I need to lose 32 power. But it's called. Then what about your unlimited power? Okay, so I'm not seeing this stuff. Let's try to see what that means. Okay, it's bamboozling me. It's happened before. When I hit exit, it's got a "Are you sure you want to exit?" button. And see, now I only look at it for 3 seconds because I have previously looked at it for 30 seconds. Learning. All right. I don't believe. Did I not build it? No, it built it. Thank you. It actually built it. All right. I don't believe that the React render active is showing. Maybe I am looking in the wrong location. am starting to think that it might be using the UI from the native folder. Can you please update the non-React UI to say standard in hot pink? That way I can easily identify if the non-React version is in use. Desktop HTML. Yeah, it's the native one. Nice. Nice. I've added a standard in the React UI. Now you can easily distinguish between the UIs. If you need this in the window, let me know. What determines if the native UI is used or the new React UI? Native is dependent on which manifest and build you're running in Overwolf. You're running the app from the native folder using this. You will see the original. If you're using it in the TS folder, what determines which is used? The Overwolf launcher or your development environment uses the manifest you point it to. If you load the app using the manifest in native, how to be sure? Check which manifest is loaded in Overwolf. Look for the standard native or React active React. Wait, what determines that? In Overwolf, this is hold on. Shit. Let me npm run build in my Overwolf app. Oh, damn it, dude. And it's not showing up over here on the side. Why is it being a bastard? I have to keep relaunching this, and then I'm going to library, and then here, overlay settings. I don't see where. Oh, there's blueprints, hotkeys, neat. Or not hotkeys, overlays. Is that for all of them? Overlay set? Oh, is it all overlay settings in general? It's not the app specific. Okay. QRS. Yeah, there's no sample popping up here. Enabled overlay. A to Z. QRS. Nothing there. All right. Followed by enabled. Aim. General. Nothing there. I think I just hit launch. I still don't see anything hot pink in the desktop window. Okay. But, you know, on this desktop window, we put this really hot pink thing. So that makes me think it might not be launching through the native, which would be good. The other alternative is it's not building. And I'm just not looking in the right spot. I'm thinking I'm not looking in the right spot. Will you quit your whining? You're a wiener. You're a whining wiener dog. She's not a wiener dog. There's no... Might just... Okay, now I'm starting to suspect it's not building. Or something. So I'm not seeing shit. Okay. Interesting. Thanks. Copilot, help me out here. I'm not seeing either. Please update the React version to also be hot pink so that if it is showing, then I am more likely to see it. I am launching the application from Overwolf's store. I go into my library and then launch on sample-ts. It says version 3.03. Is there something other than building I need to do to get these changes to persist? Okay. Let's do it like this. Feedback. And then I'm going to give it this bullet point. I'm not saying either. Please order the red version to be hot pink, so I'm more likely to see it. And then bullet point over here. I'm launching the application from the store. When I launch the app, it loads. Oh, I think it's what I want to click off of it. I want to copy that. I can't copy from there. Sample app. So let me put the casing correct. Sample app / desktop window. All right, let's see what it's got. What you got for me, baby? Thank you for the detailed feedback. Here's how I'll address your points. Make the React hot pink. Then I'll do the thing, building the app. We've been running the build. It only updates the files. Building the app only updates the files in the dist. I see you're changing it in Overwolf. You must either install the new OPK or phone over with your local manifest. Oh, should be looking at the local manifest already. All right, I will update the React. Thank you. Run the build. Thank you. Somebody got banned by Stream Elements. Jade E. I'm sorry if you dropped a link that was actually permitted. Let me see. I struggle to use my Twitch chat. Oh no, that's definitely not permitted. Best viewers, get the F on out of here. Get the F on. All right. Do not launch Overwolf from the Overwolf store or library. How the fuck am I supposed to build it? All right. Highly visible, reactive or interactive, in both the main and background windows. Do not launch the Overwolf app. Now use the post OPK, not your local build. Add your local app to the Overwolf for development. Open the Overwolf settings, go to the development. I've done this. This is how I put it here. What are you talking about? All right, open the Overwolf settings, go settings. This is all part of the setup page. And then go to development. Where the fuck is the development? Bastards. Wait, these have captures? Ooh, cool. Because I'm wanting to do something like that. So it's neat to see other things doing it. All right. Okay. We got tiny brain here. Open Overwolf settings. Go to the development tab. Here's where my tiny brain's getting in my way. I don't see a development tab. This is where I go to the internet. Overwolf developer. It's over here. Developer console dashboard. Daily activity, yada yada. Developer tab. Okay. I wonder if I bet you changing the name of the app is what's fucked it up. I bet you that's what happened. What the heck is all this? SS flow? App login with Overwolf. I'm not trying to implement a login, you dinglings. The developer console. This is what I want. Overwolf developer console, also called dev console, is where you manage your application and see the performance data. You'll be given access only after you submit your app and get approved. Done that. Checkmate. All right, once you're dev, you'll see you can log in using this. You'll be greeted with this login page. Okay. Login with Google. Click. Yep. Something went wrong. Is that not it? Is it this one? It's not that one either. What do you want from me? Something went wrong. All right. Use account you sent to your dev rel. It was the numbnuts one. I'm pretty damn sure. Hold on. Let me check my damn email again. I'm pretty confident that's what it is. All right. Mail. What account did I get the email that said I'm whitelisted? Mail, Gmail, Overwolf. No, Overwolf. GP EFT support. So if you're aiming for an immediate or near release, don't use Electron. Yeah, that's why I changed. Yep, so it's not the Shinny Gaming one. So now let me search on my numbnuts account. Overwolf. Congratulations, you're whitelisted. Yeah. All right, it's my note. Yeah, okay. It's the numbnuts account. All right. Well, fuck you. Guess I don't get that. All right. Performance, production, store listings, quality, monetization. Once you log in, header toolbar, footer bar, paging bar. Okay. Let me see the onboarding journey. Develop your app. Is this going to have it for me? Set up your environment. VS Code front end. Additional UIX. I mean, we were making changes. We were on the Electron app. When we were doing it through Electron, we were changing the UI like crazy without any issues. Oh. What if we're only approved for an Electron app? Nope, that's not the case. It just says you're approved. If it is the case, then they obfuscate it. So this is just the develop your app. Your starting point is a front app. This is an example built. This is on the native side, right? It is. Let me open this. You did it. Congratulations. This is the front app. Yeah, we pulled this code already. Pretty sure. Okay, onboarding resource. Setting up the dev environment. Open up your Overwolf. Go to about. Click Control Shift left mouse to open the. Okay. What the fuck? What in the fuck? All right. Right now there's two Overwolves. Oh, because of the settings page. All right. If you've already installed the Overwolf client public version, you can easily switch to the developer's channel version. Open the Overwolf settings. Go to about. Oh, there's the development options. And then you get the. All right. Well, I don't think I did this. Press Control Shift left mouse on the Overwolf logo. Type into the channel developers. Oh, capital D. Update and relaunch. Client is up to date. Developers latest version. Yeah. What do you want from me? Development options. Okay. UID path on disk. I mean, amp activated. What the heck is this UID? I'm probably not supposed to show that. Let me take that away. All right, back to Copilot. Click load unpacked extensions or add app from manifest. What? That's not a thing. Load. Oh yes, it is. Load unpacked. Up at the top. And then it asked me to open a file. I can't. It's not doing anything. Okay, there. Now it's moving. Manifest. Hey, hash savvy. TS public manifest. There you go. Up a folder. There's no manifest file in here. It just says or add app from manifest. That's not an option. It's load unpacked. Native TS dist. So it is pointing at native. Okay, so that's the problem. It's pointing at native TS. Oh, never mind. That's the word native. Oh my god, me having the word native there. It's confusing. All right, TS distributable. It's pointing at the dist. All right, let me know if you need step-by-step packaging instructions or help with the Overwolf dev tools. All right. In the dev mode Overwolf, I see my app and it says the path on disk is Tarkov. Let me just copy the whole thing. The options to either install the .opk, install app.opk, or load unpacked. And the load unpacked looks for just a folder currently pointed at that TS dist. This is a key detail. If Overwolf dev mode is pointed at dist, it will not use your React source or updated manifest. It will only use the static file output by your build, and it will not pick up changes to your manifest or source code. Correct setup. You should point your Overwolf to the manifest, not the dist folder. Use load unpacked and select the folder public. This folder contains the manifest and all of the assets. How it works: when you run the build, it's compiled into the dist, and the HTML files referenced in the manifest are updated. So it should be updating then, because we're running build. In Overwolf dev mode, remove the app that points to the dist, use load unpacked, and select public. Where is that public supposed to be located? Okay, right there. Up one level. Okay. Manifest Windows background file name. Background doesn't exist. Always point to the folder containing the manifest, not the build. After every code change, run build to update the files in the dist. Oh. Let me know if you see the correct indicator after making this change. Feedback. Question. If running build updates the dist folder, then why should we point elsewhere? After selecting public, Overwolf says, can't copy and paste it, son of a bitch. Mainfest.json window background file name background.html does not exist. I'm guessing it's just busted from the from moving the files around. Great question. Here's the clear explanation. Why pointed to the public now that this Overwolf expects to find the manifest at the root of the folder in your project. The manifest in public tells Overwolf the actual HTML.js files are generated by your build and placed in the dist. The public folder is the app root for Overwolf containing the manifest and static assets. Well, the dist is just the output of your build. How it works, not super interested. Okay, yes I am. When you run the npm run build, your React TypeScript is compiled in the dist. The manifest and the public references the background HTML, which Overwolf expects to find in the same folder as the manifest public, or it expects the manifest to reference the correct relative path. Whereas Overwolf said the background does not exist. After building your HTML background are in dist and your manifest in public is referencing them as if they are in the same folder. Overwolf looks for the background in public. How to fix? For one, copy the files to public after building. Not recommended. Option 2 is just point Overwolf to this folder after building. You just told me not to. What? Can we not just like... Sounds to me like this main fest could also just point the start window to the dist. There is a manifest in the dist folder. What are you talking about? Okay. There is already a manifest. Wait. There's a manifest and then there's a main fest. This is manifest. Oh, the Overwolf error is inaccurate. Look, the Overwolf error says main fest. It's manifest. Alright, that's funny. This will make your workflow much better. Alright, there's already a manifest file in dist. So is the reason I'm just gonna say feedback. I am confused. There is already a manifest folder in the dist. Okay. Okay. Your client dist folder already contains a manifest and all the necessary files. This means your build process is set up correctly for Overwolf development. In Overwolf dev mode, use the load unpack and select the dist folder. This will use the manifest and build from your React. Okay, I'm still not seeing the React integrated steps. Let me know. I'm not seeing any. Maybe the issue is that I launched it from the other page and not from here. Load unpacked. Go back to the dist folder. Close that. Launch it from here. There's nothing on this page, dude. Your latest changes will be in the dist. I don't understand. Because all the background HTML files are updated. There's only 2 of them. And there should only be 2 of them. Control F. Why is it not showing file names? I want to see file names. So Control O. No, it's open. Control T O. There's something. There's some command. I've used it before. Maybe it's up here. Just background.html. It's in source. It's got the background window, TSX. Huh. It may be time to bust out the Gemini model and see if it can see what it can do. Oh, what's up? Do you understand software development or starting off by vibe coding all applications? Sorry, Lucas, for having my Windows thing closed. I am a backend developer. I've been doing API related stuff and Unreal Engine related stuff for a very long time. A lot of ETL processes. I've done so I've been coding professionally for like 10 or 15 years and recreationally for like 15 to 20, something like that. It's not ever been, that was a great sentence structure. I've just never done front end work, and I've also never done anything with Overwolf. So it's two new factors for me, and it's catching me up right here because clearly AI isn't knowing what to do here. I'm trying to convert the Overwolf application to be a React application because React is a language with lots and lots of documentation and samples for AI to pull from. So I want to use React simply because that is something AI is incredibly powerful with. Ow. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Hopefully you're still around. Hopefully I didn't miss that message for too long. I apologize. Sometimes the when the YouTube chat gets closed, just like from interacting with things. So, some asshole came in and I had to ban him, and so when I banned him, I had to pull Twitch up to do so. All right, so I'm wondering if I'm launching the application in the wrong way? Question mark. Because yeah, we're not seeing it. I'll go ahead and launch it, but where'd my app go? Is my app not running? Thought it was. There it is. So we're not seeing the hot pink anywhere on here. And then the app should pop back up. App pops up. Not seeing anything. Okay. Interesting. All right. Back over here. I am still not seeing either indicator, making me believe our build changes are not persisting. Is it possible that it's using React, but the React pages are not being called? Or what if it's loading this? That it's loading source, Windows, background.html and not using the background window.tsx. What do you got there? Yeah, you reference those files. You get in there. You figure this out. And close this application. Your background is It's correct. It contains the div ID root, which is what you want from a React at. However, you're not seeing the React indicator. It's likely that the React code is not being rendered into this root div at runtime. Possible cause there's no React render entry point, i.e. index tsx or similar, that mounts the background window to the root. Webpack entry for the background is not importing the rendering React component. What to check/fix? Open the background TS and ensure it imports React background and uses. Let me check your background right now. Background is not a React entry point. Okay. It's a TypeScript class for Overwolf background logic, not a React component renderer. This means your background window is not using React at all, even though you have a background window TSX React component. Use React in your component window. If you need to update to import React and render using the root. What to do? Import this. Would you like me to import this? Yes, and please double check all other what would you call it? Web pages? Their components. The same issue. Okay, so we don't have an index because we're an Overwolf application and it uses background as its entry point. That's my understanding of the issue. Here's what I found. It's not a React entry point. It does not render. Is a React component, but there's no evidence to point to this. It's not a React entry point. Not a React entry point. Conclusion: none of your Overwolf windows are actually rendering React components into the DOM. They are all using class-based controllers or static HTML. What needs to be done for each window? Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm fucking things up here. Am I not supposed to expect React to being used right now? Is that the issue? Did we not actually set it up? I thought that's what we were doing because I saw the word React pop up a lot in what it was saying. Like this being here, this makes me think we're using React. But we're not because this isn't loading. And it's not loading because it's not hooked up correctly. Okay. I'll create a proper React entry point for the window. If you want, I can do the same for the desktop and in-game windows, but they currently do not have React components. They don't? Why don't they? Okay, yeah, they don't. Okay, so it's only the background one that does. Okay. Okay, the dog's screaming at me. If you want, I can do the same for the others, but they currently... Let's start by creating the main and the background React entry points. Okay, sure, sounds great. Now let's run it. So this is background, so that's only in game, right? How does the background window pop up? I don't know if I've seen the background window pop up. Yeah, it's pointing that. You should now see the React indicator in both the main and background windows. I thought you just said that main isn't using React. For the desktop and in-game window. Okay, so let's see if it runs now. Let's see if it appears now. It was running already. Launch Tarkov tracker. This cycle time is pretty atrocious when we're trying to make a change. Savvy, would you like to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Is that why you're crying? Because you were just outside not that long ago. Are you bored? Are you bored, puppy? Come on, let's go. Let's go outside. Click launch. Did not launch. Awesome. Now it's busted and not working. Sweet. I love it. I love it. Come on, Zevy. Go. Go. Here. Come on, go. That's right. You know, outside. It's okay. It's fine. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. It's neither. She's freaking out because fireworks are going off for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why there's fireworks going off right now. But that's what's going on. Okay, so this is a problem. Is it already running and I'm silly? I don't think it is. What if I try launching the game and then launching it? What changes did it make? It made changes in here. Is it... What? What? All right, what? That's why we gotta watch this thing. Made main TSX. Module... So background was background CS, now it's background CSX. Don't really know what the difference is. Was main window TSX. Now it's just main TSX. Which are totally different. Let's get the element root. Okay. Game's launched. Let's relaunch our app. The ad popping up got my hopes up. Yeah, so something with this change made it so that when I'm launching it, it is not working. But I'm not getting a build error or anything. Maybe I need to install maybe there's a React linter or something. When I launch the app now, nothing happens. This is why you commit often. Oh my god, can I type? Before I hit send on that, I want to review what it's currently done. So we add these hot pink tags in so we can find them. This change right here seems to presumably be the issue. That's a new file. That's a new file. New file. New file. So the only thing that could possibly be breaking it is this webpack config JS. That's my understanding. But these files do exist. There's a background CSX right there. It's in CSS source Windows background. Yeah, that's... Oh, it's in background. Oh, it's also in background. Okay. Huh. UK. When I launch that, now nothing happens. Why are you ruining everything for me? The project was already built. That's not the issue. Nice try. Check the errors in the build output for logs. Ensure the main entry point is being executed. Verify the build process completed successfully. Yeah, there's no output in any of these. If your app isn't launching, make sure the background window is actually starting. Check log/console. Where would that be? If you have specific error messages or symptoms, please share it for more targeted troubleshooting. Would you like to see how to add logging or error handling to the background controller for better diagnosis? Damn it. Let me just close Overwolf and relaunch Overwolf. Let's give it the old off and on treatment and then see what's going on. Let me go to library. Let me launch my Target tracker from the library. Yeah, that launch button does not do it. Dick. This launch button does something, doesn't it? And that launch button runs. All right. UK. Manifest and code. I'm going to try putting this back to main window. Nope, that also doesn't work. Okay. I mean, the background is supposed to be the entry point, right? So maybe it's this. What was that? Oops. Don't need a CD into the file. I'm already there. Okay, and run. All right, so that's it. All right. I found that changing the background file, background property to reference .ts instead of .tsx fixed the issue. Are we able to set background to a TSX file? Let's just over to demo. I have to use both TSX files. TS loaded the fact that change in the background. TS made the here suggestion might not have been from the webpack's ability to recognize the TSX decision, but rather the one of the following content of the background contains JavaScript syntax. There may have been an issue. Interaction. If you wish to use background TSX by changing the entry point from to this, it should be possible. To help diagnose the TSX version might have failed previously. Could you please provide the following files? The content of a TSX file, this information would allow for a more precise diagnosis. I would like to do that, and since you are in agent mode, can you please go review the files and anything else you want without requesting that I link them? See, it had them. It even links them here. It's like, can you link me this file? No, you linked it to me. You read it. And he's like, he hands me an open envelope and goes, can you hand me that open envelope? No, I'm just not going to take it from you. The React version are doing fundamentally different things. The background sets up and runs the core Overwolf application logic, event listening, Windows management directly. Oh my God. It didn't. I see. I didn't realize that. I didn't understand that, I guess. So what you're telling me is this has a ton of logic in it. Game listeners, supported games. Yeah, this has logic in it. And you tell me this one. Well, this one renders the background window, which I thought then did stuff. Yeah. This is like deja vu right here. Now Six Corners is going to jump in, say something. All right. Steps for mistake, refactor, update, create update website by doing the background service. Would you like me to proceed with generating these files? I want to take a quick detour to look at my document here at the tippity top. Initialize front end repository structure. Initialize basic window structure. Create main window component with proper Overwolf management and basic React structure. I'm just ahead of myself. The next thing was to do that. Wait. Hold on. No. Wait, that's step 3. We're step 2. We're step 1. Step 1. We're step 2. There's step 2. What? What's going on? All right. Configure, set up the Webpack configuration for Overwolf, create the Overwolf manifest file, initialize basic window structure, create a main window background window component with proper Overwolf management and basic React structure. Okay, so this, oh, okay, so it just created a basic thing. It didn't recreate the functionality that previously existed. Gotcha. Okay. Putting this background CS will serve as a React entry point, which then mounts a component in the background. Would you like me to proceed with generating these file changes? Yes. Please make it so that the React application, the React version has all the same functionality as the, what'd you call that? Just basic HTML? What do you call it? What do you call the basic? What was it calling it? Did it call it something? Static? Is it static HTML? Problems that your background, the working version, the right version, are doing fundamentally by changing, fixed it because the new one. Do you not reference it? All right, we're just gonna say yes. Make sure that the React version has all the same functionality. As it did prior to the migration. There we go. Boom. Golden. Got it. Cool. So there we go. Okay, we'll proceed with the refactoring of the background logic and the background CS entry point. And here's how I'll do it. Move the logic from the controller to the TS to a dedicated file. Yep. Yeah, no, you're fine. Go for it. It sounds great. Move the background controller logic from background CS to a new dedicated file. Background controller CS. Create a React component, which we already have. It will initialize and run the background controller. Update your main background CSX, the Webpack entry file, to use the new component. Modify this to use the TSX. Clear the old one. All right. It looks like the background window already exists. I'll proceed with editing in other files. Yeah, because it did not have the correct stuff in it. Created the controller. Created the controller class. Updated the React stuff. All right, component now imports correctly. Uses the use effect. Updated the background CSX. Updated Webpack config. Updated background TS. All right, let's see what changes we've got over here in our git commit. Those are our flags to identify what's being ran. This is switched over to the TSX. We're using main instead of main window. This file's logic has been moved to the background controller. Has it though? Has all this logic been put in here? Probably. We got toggle window is support a game running on app trigger. The file can be deleted or kept empty. That's funny. Old background CS can be removed. Well, I mean, it's nice that it logs that as a like to indicate that we're accidentally running the wrong thing. It's already got the controller. Like it says, it's got a static controller in there. I don't know enough about React to understand why it was an issue. I mean, so I'm guessing the TSX files are React files and TS files are obviously TypeScript files. Okay. Please rebuild your application and test if the background now. All right. Not over there. Over here. Run the build. See if it works. What have we got? Does it successfully run even if, like, run the build even though it was running? Looks like it did. Quick launch. Wait, I mean, it launched. I'm gonna rerun the build. I'm not convinced. Because this renders background window, and background window doesn't do a damn thing. Should load this, right? Okay, and then this doesn't have a hot pink tracker in it. Is that why? Tracker background? So let me launch this. I'm expecting it to say like Tarkov tracker - background, but we don't see that anywhere. We see sample app desktop window. Where is that text? Sample app / desktop. It's in native Windows desktop. It's loading that. Or it's loading this one of these two. Okay, I'm gonna come in here. Native. TS, I guess. Close that. Because that's the whole thing, is we're trying to see what the hell is loading. Run the build. Run the app. TS. Okay. That's something. It's desktop HTML. Which is not TypeScript. Or, god dang, not React. What is the background? What causes background to run? Wait, is background always running in the background and it's never present? Background controller holds up that a background logic, hence its name. It has many possible use cases. For example, sharing data between windows, or in our case, managing which window is currently presented to the user. To that end, it holds a dictionary of windows available in the app. Our background controller implements a singleton pattern since only one instance of it should ever exist. Okay. I feel real fucking dumb right now because I think we just converted a thing that has no front end from HTML to React. I think that's what happened. I think that is what happened. Cool. Frustrating. All right, cool, nice. I mean, at least now we figured it out. And I mean, that's the whole thing, is we're trying to learn. So as frustrating as it is, it's still awesome. Like, it's like a relief and an annoyance all at once. You know what I mean? But all in all, it's good. Let me ask, does the background have any UI that actually gets displayed in an Overwolf native application? I'm guessing now that it does not. I was thinking background, not in the sense of running in the background, but like it's the background, at like what we're looking at here. That's what I was thinking. Typically, the background window in an Overwolf application does not display UI to the end user. Here's why. Maybe there's something else that I don't know. Since It typically does not display UI. Is there a benefit from migrating it? From migrating it to React? No, period. Elmer Fudd. That's a great question. It gets to the heart of choosing the right tools for the job. Potential benefit: consistent development environment and tooling, unified build process. Hey, single framework. Hey, that's nice. Code organization structure, even for non-UI. Okay. Component-based thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. In your current setup, acts as a clean entry point and uses effects correctly to initialize your controller. This is good React idiomatic way to manage the lifecycle. Familiarity. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with it. I'm off to bed. Enjoy your sesh. Thanks, Dutchy. Appreciate you being here and hanging out, man. Hope you've enjoyed the ride of converting a non-UI element to React and then getting confused when you can't see it. This is what happens. This is why I just play with data, okay? If you just hand me a JSON file and I can understand what that's supposed to represent and I can do a lot of things with that JSON file. Now, you give me this HTML stuff and this is a blueprint for a house. I'm not a house builder, okay? I'm a data guy. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We've learned. I'm just brushing up on my full stack capabilities. That's all. All right. That's just so funny. For now, your approach provides a good balance. It keeps it well structured and wraps it lightly in React consistency with the rest of your project. Thanks. If background logic were to grow significantly more complex, it could be naturally decomposed into smaller, stateful lifecycle, or then React's component model might offer some substantial organization benefit without rendering UI. See, I'm future-proofing, okay? It's not that I don't know front-end work or this ecosystem and converted a invisible layer that for some reason has an HTML page that never gets seen to React. It's that I was future-proofing, thinking about the children. All right. Okay. Background, React conversion complete. Yes. There is no UI for it. Okay. But you know what? It's still cool. I still like it. Okay. Let's flip this back over to the free version now that we're out of crying mode and contemplate if I want to begin the next segment of our design application here. I think I do, because I believe, truthfully, that it will be a smooth process. Create TypeScript data models and interfaces. Implement index DB data search services. Oh my God. That does not sound like it's going to be easy. Set up user profile management. Create quest progress tracker storage system. Implement hideout progress storage. Set up inventory tracking storage. Create data migration system. Why do I need a data migration system? Implement automatic schema migration system for handling application updates and data structure changes. Set up local storage utilities. Implement data synchronization foundation. Create a storage testing framework. All storage data must include comprehensive unit tests, database migration testing with sample data sets, performance testing for large data volumes. What the fuck are you trying to do? I get us laying out the background. Oh man. All right, that's fine. It's choosing to build this app in the opposite way that I would choose to build it. I would choose to start with the UI using mocks for all the backend stuff. And just try to make sure that it looks good. And then build out the functionality. All right, so Quest is PvE. Let me search for PvE. Is that it? Oh, it took me way down. Is that it? It should be showing on the hideout progress too. This is why you got to watch what comes out with module status, resource investment, constraint timelines, and upgrade planning. Support for PvE modes. Implement user profile storage with authenticated service preferences, subscription information, and local user identification. Implement index database services. Create database service with index wrapper, schema versioning, automatic migrations. Okay, so that's just setting all that stuff up. Implement hideout progress. Set up inventory tracking with spatial coordinates, item metadata, OCR, confidence scores, and temporal snapshots. Storage with support for PvE nodes. Okay. Create data migration systems. Set local storage utilities. Implement data synchronization. Create a foundation for data synchronization between local storage and cloud services with conflict resolution. I don't think we need any of that shit right now. Like, that is way too much. The only thing that we want to have external storage for is going to be market data, so that users can share market data, and weapon builds. That's the only thing we're going to need external storage for. So we don't need... I thought you hated UI. Dude, I do hate UI. So I'm glad it doesn't have one. Great storage testing framework. All right. Yeah, I don't think... What is this data synchronization between local storage and cloud storage? Why do you think we need that? Is there something you know that I don't know? Step implements the complete local storage foundation using IndexedDB. I don't know what that is. 6, what's this? Comprehensive data models for user profiles. I know what indexing in a database is. I'm assuming this is like a MongoDB or a Postgres SQL. I'm assuming this is actually a database technology. Hideout status and inventory tracking. We create a robust data persistent layer that supports offline first architecture. No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. No, we don't, because you don't play the game offline. Get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense. Automatic schema migration and efficient querying capabilities. The implementation includes TypeScript interfaces for all data models, database initialization procedures, and basic CRUD operations. This step ensures the application can store and retrieve user data locally without requiring cloud connectivity, establishing the foundation for all feature development. I mean, yeah, I don't want this app to have to be connected to the cloud. Maybe that's what they mean. Like, if I stop paying for AWS and I say, screw all you guys, you don't get that, then I guess I do want the app to continue to work. Maybe that's what they mean by offline first architecture. All right, that's fine. You start with the UI part you hate? Yeah, I would start with the UI part that you hate. Is the database you can access in a browser. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I would start with the UI part because then it's done. It gets like I think it's a lot easier to create all the buttons and then make them work versus creating a bunch of functionality and then building buttons around the functionality. It's also like it makes you feel like you've accomplished a lot. So like if we build out the pages for it and make the view look good with like lorem ipsum text or whatever, then it's like, okay, my app functions. Like right away it functions. I can click on the map page, see the maps. I can click on the like items page and see all my fake items. Like it feels like it does stuff right from the beginning. Whereas this way it's like, I don't know if anything here works or does a damn thing. And then I fight with that React view so fucking long. And it turns out it's not supposed to show anything because it's the background process, the name background. But the problem, the point of confusion is the default app that Overwolf provides you comes with a background.html. So I think it's supposed to be rendered, but I guess it's not. Like I was expecting this to be somewhere because it's a title page. I don't know front end stuff. Whatever. It's fine. All right. So NXADB is is the one that you can use in the browser. All right. Let's get down to business. Do we have any pending files? What does this one in my Explorer mean? Well, I got a one on my extensions. Please restart extension to enable the updated extension. No, I'm not updating. AI chat features. $571 chat requests in the last 30 days. I wonder what my work stat is. I didn't know that was a stat they tracked right here. I'm gonna ask my coworkers what theirs is. I'm gonna see who's been slacking. Oh. All right, that's funny. All right, let's. I really want to do the next feature. I'm going to run upstairs and see what. I'm gonna go mood check. I'm gonna go get a vibe check. See if I need to get off and watch anime and cuddle, or if I'm good to do another session, another section here. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. We got this. We got the green light. Yeah, now you can't see me. Chat will never know. All right. Yep. He just went up and said hi and got up with her on her day and what tomorrow's plans are. All that good stuff. So took a minute, but she's chilling, hanging out with some friends. So we're good to go. We can keep at it. So let's try doing the next segment, the next feature. We're going to do it correctly this time around and use a feature, which I intended to do but did not do. So, no code changes right now at the moment. Awesome, we're all good. When it comes to starting a new feature, I like to just kill the brain. I know it's got a lot of context to a lot of things right now. Maybe I keep it going. I've always killed it previously. Let's try it. Let's keep it going. We're doing new things, all sorts of new things, and how I interact with AI for building stuff. And we're just gonna take them as lessons, because you're not gonna learn anything if you just keep repeating doing the same stuff. So let's make it fun. Let's make it interesting. Let's go. All right. So we will. First, new feature. Branch, create branch, feature, TT, 2. The hell's this thing called? What are we doing here? Local storage foundation. Cool. Sweet. Let's go. And from here, why? I don't know why there's a 1 on this thing. I don't like. Oh, it's because there's a setting, maybe. Oh, there's an update. I mean, update. It really wants me to update that, which would clear this context. All right, that's fine. We're gonna. Oh, that's a reason. View previous edits. No, I don't want to. All right. Please review the linked development pattern doc, and let's begin working on feature TT2 local storage foundation. Feature development pattern, drop that over here. This is going to tell it to create a new feature folder. So it's going to make a new intro doc. Inside here, it's going to make a new progress, a new plan. And now I'm going to update it. Once you've written the intro, let me know and we'll review it. Make sure my understanding is correct in the plan. Yeah. That's what I want. That's what we're going to do. So let me just grab this one. Grab this. Throw it in here. My dog is being spoiled. Somebody said a keyword, a legendary keyword for all dogs. And now the dog wants to do it. And she's bossy. She's a bossy boss. All right, so introduction, initialize Overwolf project structure and development environment. We already did that. That was the last one. So now we're going to initialize, just like we said, just like the name of it, local storage foundation. Cool. The goal of this, I think, is outlined here. I wish I told the AI to output it in this structure. I feel like we should convert all the other things to view or to React before moving on. And I'm in control and I could do that. But you know what? I'm just going to follow the steps. React native Overwolf application. I think that's the only context that we need. We need to track multiple things. Track data for both PvE and PvP mode. We want market data. When we create market data, we want that to be stored on the cloud so all users can interact with the same data. Same with weapon builds. I don't think that we have market data right here. Throw. No, not throw. Throw is not the keyword. But I almost right into it. Ha, 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 ha. So on the last one, we just took the suggested. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Suggested task breakdown. So I don't like doing this because, as we saw in the last one, when you provide a prescriptive step and one of the steps are inaccurate, Copilot doesn't figure out the inaccuracy because it's following the steps. And I'm going to walk right into that same problem again when I do the exact same thing twice. But you know, how can I be certain that it's a problem unless I can reproduce it? If I push the button and it shocks me, I don't know that button shocks me unless I push it again. I have to establish a pattern. Do what into the problem? Exactly. Are those keywords with Savvy? Those sure are keywords, both of them. That's why I didn't say them. You guys trying to get my dog all wild up. Other notes on we've got that must be completed before any feature plans are required data. We don't need this note. Testing requirements. Oh, yeah, we'll put that there. You literally said it 5 seconds ago. Did I? Did I? Sometimes if a lot of the time it's like if you just don't say it in a particular way that you won't freak out about it. That's why I said do what's in the problem. What about the treat us up? Ah, damn it, that time I already read the like she's not listening. Right? As I move the trash can and she's just staring at me. All right, so let's give this one a shot. I did switch branches this time, right? I did not switch branches last time. I did switch branches this time. Nice. All right. Intro dot created commit. Save all commit. Whoa, I added some extra things. All right. The intro doc has been filled out, and I am ready to begin planning with you. Smiley face. All right, whatever. It's fine. Let's run it. Run it! Implementing a robust local storage foundation using IndexedDB, supporting offline first architecture, schema migration, key deliverables, TypeScript interfaces for all data entities, index, testing, all whatever. Next step, I will draft a high-level implementation plan, breaking the work down. Would you like me to proceed with drafting? You're not supposed to ask me for that. It says in the thing to just... Yes, please. You just took a token from me. You just took one of my precious unlimited tokens. Okay? I paid for those. They weren't unlimited if you don't pay for them. All right. Use 5 references. Here's the plan. All right. This plan breaks down the implementation of the local storage foundation. into discrete, testable milestones. Each milestone is focused on a single, independently verifiable change, following the guidelines in the feature development pattern. Define TypeScript data models and interfaces. Create comprehensive TypeScript interfaces for user, quest, hideout, inventory, and market data. File types data model types. What? All data entities are clearly defined and type safe for use throughout the app. Is this supposed to be an example? What the hell is this line? Are you saying you're going to make one data model that has... Is that how that's done? I don't think that's how it's done. All right, whatever. Create a service for wrap indexed DB operations, including schema versioning, migrations, and transaction. Sure, I don't know anything about this. A robust, reusable database service that abstracts it. Sure. Implement a service for storing and retrieving user profile data, including authentication status, preferences, and subscription info. Sure. Create quest progress storage system. Implement a service for quest progress tracking, supporting PvP, PvE modes, objective overrides, and dependencies. Quest progress can be stored, updated, and queried efficiently. All right, I got a question about this. I'm gonna ask it. If we just want to have like how at work you have a non-prod and a prod environment. I'm wondering if that's what we want to do here. Have a PvE and a PvP environment, because the quest, the hideout, like the market data. The only thing that could be shared would be weapon builds. It's the only thing that can be shared between the two environments. Everything else is one or the other. Sub inventory tracking storage. Item metadata, OCR confidence snapshot. I don't think OCR confidence goes on the inventory item itself. Oh, that's how confident we are. That's the item in the inventory. Yeah, sure. Snapshots. Inventory data is stored and can be queried and updated. Create data migration system. Implement a migration system to handle schema changes and data upgrades. System local storage utilities. Create utility functions for validation, serialization, compression, and backup restore. Implement data synchronization. Create a foundation for syncing local data with cloud services, including conflict resolution stubs. Groundwork for future sync. Create storage testing framework. Implement comprehensive unit tests for all storage services, including migration and performance tests. Each milestone will be tracked and implemented in progress document. No code will be written until you review and approve this plan. Interesting. Feedback. Most data needs a PvP and PvE version. Is there a more how should we handle this? For instance, the player will have a quest state for PvE and PvP. They will have a hideout progress state for PvP and PvE, etc. And so on. Do I have any other questions and or feedback? Do you guys have any questions and feedback? You guys can chime in as well. There's no reason why it's got to just be me going through this. It's kind of the neat thing of watching somebody build something, is getting able to fuck it up with them. Is that more on screen or more off screen? Do it come this way? They'll never know what I'm doing. I'm slurping wieners on the side. I mean, it seems to make sense to me. What other database options do we have? Is indexed DB the best for our application type? Have you ever written a unit test for a project, not for work? I have not. This is going to be the first one. I mean, I've written unit tests for like homework assignments. Yeah, I'm definitely planning on having some unit tests in this. But like, yeah, we're gonna have jest for sure. Yeah, let's do that. Handling PV and PV for each data entity. Best practice. For each data entity, quest item inventory include a mode property for similar to distinguish between PV and PV mode. This allows you to store both versions in the same object store table and query filter as needed. Is it the best? Because then like you're gonna be. So then you have 2 entries per player. When saving or queuing, always specify the mode. You're gonna index the mode for efficiency lookups. If the data structure for PvE and PvE is very different, you could use separate storage tables, but this is rarely necessary and adds to complexity. Database options for Overwolf native applications. NSXDB is the best supported and most robust option for Overwolf native apps, especially for large structured or complex data like inventories, request logs, etc. Offline first requirements, schema versioning, and migration. Alternatives would be local storage only for very small, simple key values, not suitable for complex or large data, and has a 5 megabit limit file system via Overwolf APIs for raw file storage like JSON, CSV, good for backups or exports, but not for structured queryable data. WebSQL deprecated and not recommended. And memory.js object only for temporary. Yeah. So I was thinking that we would just like persist things as a JSON object on the files. That seemed perfectly fine to me. I don't think we need queryable data. Do we? Why would we need queryable data? Why IndexedDB is the best asynchronous, non-blocking, and designed for large datasets. Supports in all Chromium-based environments, including Overwolf. Allows for complex queries, indexes, and transactions. Well supported by TypeScript wrappers and libraries. Summary: IndexedDB is the right choice for your use. If you want a more developer-friendly API, consider using a wrapper like Dex, but plain IndexedDB is also fine for full control. Would you like me to update the implementation plan to explicitly include the mode property in all relevant data models and add a note about why IndexedDB is chosen? Let me look at this file and Control F for query and querying capabilities. But why do we need that? Maybe querying would be nice whenever we're like building guns and we can query by like guns that have foreign key references. I guess we would want querying for looking at market price data, but that's not going to be in any of these that we're talking about. It's only going to be in what we store externally. What's up? Greetings from... Hey! You're not the same one! I had somebody else stop by from Nigeria. I don't think Akpe is the same name. But hello. How are you doing today? Oh, look. All right, whatever. Sounds good to me. Yes, update the plan with the mode property. And we can continue. Does this mean that are the schemas going to be... Actually, let me see what the plan is. Are the schemas going to be kept track of in code? That's my question here. Property. Are the DB schemas going to be represented in code so that you will have a good understanding of the data, or should we document and track them? I'm guessing they're going to be in code based off of this stuff, but I'm just going to ask it. Why not ask it? 9 files changed. Where's my left to right scroll wheel? I got my up down scroll wheel, but wait, what's going on here? Okay. Can be stored, updated, and queried efficiently. Price can be stored, updated, and queried efficiently with separate states for PV. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Sounds good. Sounds fine. With mode separation. Yep. Cool, they all have for both modes now. Nice. Good job. For your second question, all database schemas will be representing code using TypeScript interfaces and service definitions. This approach ensures both Copilot and developers have a clear, up-to-date understanding of the data structures. If any schema or migration becomes complex, we can supplement with additional documentation in featured docs folder. If you're satisfied with this approach and an updated plan, I'm ready to proceed. All right, cool. Let's do it. Plan approved. Commit. I don't need to publish the branch. It's fine. I hate this song. I say this every time it comes on. All right. Yes, please proceed with milestone 1. Run it. Let's go. Milestone 1's complete. I've created the data model TS with comprehensive TypeScript interfaces for user profile. Is that how this is normally set up? So I come from a land down under. I'm used to C# world, and what us C# devs do is we create like a file for each interface. And so this seems weird to me. It seems strange to me to be set up like this. And you name it I something with a sad face. Yeah, we do. It's the interface. You got the I for the interface. Oh, you're right. They don't have the I. Don't worry, Steven. I got you, boo. I got you. I'll put this in. I'm helping. I was kidding. Should I try to give it? I don't think I need the user ID, right? Oh, yeah, I do, because I got to track the quest for each game mode. Man, hold on. Is Overwolf, you give me something on this one, right? Oh, that's my email. It's an Overwolf email, okay? It's an easy confusion to make. Overwolf. Let me search for your EFT. Escape from Tarkov. It didn't take. Escape from Tarkov. Go here. Okay, jerks. Project roadmap, GEP overview, game event status help, supported games, escape from Tarkov, scroll right here. Blah 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 blah. Here we go. Paste this into here. Please review the Overwolf web page showing what their API offers so that we can make interfaces to interact with it. Okay. Fetch the untrusted website. It's trusted. I gave it to you. And the AI has gone malicious and they put a 0 instead of an O on one of these things. Would you like me to draft these Overwolf API data interfaces in a new file named like Overwolf Game Data TS for your project? Similar code found with license matching. Yeah, of course you're going to find similar code. I just... Yes, please. So, is this the... They're going to make all the game data come from here? Interesting. So, my concern is that their quest file will then need to be mapped to our quest progress. And that's not going to be an even mapping. Overgame data has been created with the TypeScript interfaces that map directly to the Overwolf GEP structures. You can now use these interfaces throughout your codebase for strong typed and clarity when interacting with Overwolf's game, event, and info update APIs. If you need further integration, want to proceed to the next milestone, let me know. So I suppose it's just for... It's only the quest that we need to be concerned with. Before going to the next milestone, please make sure that the quest from the Overwolf API matches cleanly with our quest. Right? I think that makes sense. Because we're going to want to be able to map it. Here's a comparison of the quest data from the Tarkov quest and the Overwolf in your app's internal quest model. Direct mapping uses started success, etc. Your app uses a structure enum. You may want to map the API values to your internal enum. Trigger quest type, location. These are not currently present in your quest progress model. If you want to store the metadata, you should add corresponding fields. Yes, I do. Objective manual override dependencies updated at user mode. These are not present in the Overwolf API. We don't need objectives. I don't think we need a track if the user manually overridden them. Right? I mean, it might be neat to know. Dependencies. This is going to depend on previous quest. Is my guess. That makes a lot of sense. Why does it not currently have that? Have the following optional fields interface for full compatibility and future proofing: trader, quest name, quest type, location, and level. Consider a mapping function to convert Overwolf API quest status strings to internal enums. Well, like me to update your progress interface to include these fields and add a comment about mapping status values. Yes. Do I want to remove the manual override in the updated app? No, it's fine. Yes, please. Sounds good. Cool. All right. Nice. That was easy. Created interfaces for our starting data types and Overwolf API data. Cool. Your quest interfaces now include the operational fields. If you're satisfied, I'm ready to proceed. Boom. Done. Thanks. Go on to the next milestone. See, this is going to be like impossible to test that any of this stuff works, right? in the current place, because none of it's displayed, which is why I like doing the UI first. Milestone 2 is complete. I've created the database service, which provides an indexed DB wrapper for your local storage foundation using the IDB library. It defines a schema for using profiles, quest progress, hideout progress, inventory items, and market data, with indexes for efficient querying and example CRUD methods. Bam. Oh, this is like nothing. Target DB extends DB schema, user profiles. We got a key and a value. Indexed by username. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So you can just stick. It's got a single value, and the value is the whole object. Wow. You don't have to list every single property. That's cool. Oh my god. I'm going to be turned into a TypeScript dev by the end of this experience. Holy shit, that's so cool. Yeah, I think I might just want to not have this enum here on the status. Possibly. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Wow. Yeah, no, that's super cool. Okay, so then how does this work? What is this? Why is that squiggly? It implicitly has any type. Yeah, we don't want any types. Do I need a linter? IDB PD. That's hard as hell to say. IDB PD. Sounds like a mental disorder. I probably got it. All right. Get the database. Move the stuff around. Example CRUD. And similar CRUD methods for other stores as needed. So is it just add similar CRUD methods for other stores as needed? So okay, so this is a create and this is a read. And it's that simple. Do I have to constantly, if this is a const, what is this? Cannot find module or its corresponding type. It's probably just because I haven't built, right? If you need additional CRUD methods or want to proceed to the next milestone, user profile management, let me know. I guess whenever I want all the CRUD functionality, I can literally just ask it to create all the CRUD functionality, right? Maybe that's best to just do right now. I don't know. I'm still amazed that it's just you stick the whole ass object in there. What the hell is that? That's crazy to me. Some of these objects, don't they have IDs on them? So this key, like, hold on, this guy's got one, right? Yeah, so this has an ID on it. How does this work? 6, do you have experience with this? I have a question. What is this called? The Tarkov Tracker DB. Tracker DB schema code has a key and a value, where the value is the object and that object has an ID on it. Does that mean the key and object ID are both? I'm asking about, like, so this has a key, which I assume is like a GUID or a unique identifier in some way, but then like this object has an ID. So do the objects need the IDs, or can the objects just have the IDs removed? Or should this just, like, should this key represent, like, be assigned this object's ID? new to this framework. So it may be a silly question. That's not a silly question at all. It's a common point of confusion when we're working in XDB and libraries like IDB. Short answer, yes. In your schema, the key and the object's ID property are the same because you set the key path ID when creating the object store. Explanation. When you define an object store with key path ID, and XDB uses the ID property of each object as the primary key for the store. When you add or update an object, you don't need to specify the key separately, and XDB will just use the ID property from the object itself. When you retrieve or delete the object, you use the ID value as the key. Cool. I don't know much about IndexedDB or TypeScript. Cool. Well, we both learned something. That's pretty neat. That's pretty simple. Why do it that way? Keeps your data model simple and consistent. You don't have to manage and separate the key, and they're always in sync. Dude, I'm liking this stuff. I have not experienced, like, I've been pretty sheltered, I'm realizing, in my experiences being like only C# APIs. I feel like I do a lot of work, but hell, maybe I just do the same thing over and over again. Am I a puppet? Have I just been living to sleep? This is neat. This is fun. All right. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. Thanks. Please. Oh, let me commit this. So we, what is this? Creating the schema then? Created schema. Commit. Thanks. Please. Continue to the next milestone. Has it been updating the plan? It's not updating the plan. This plan doc is supposed to be... No, the progress doc is not getting updated. What the fuck? Is my one thing broken? Implementation progress track. Track progress of implementation checklist. Milestone 3 is complete. I have user which provides methods to save, retrieve, update, and list profiles using the next. If you're ready, I'll proceed to the next milestone. Whenever you review or adjust anything first. Neat. Ooh, so it puts the CRUD functionality in a service. That's clean. I like it. That's what I would want. I didn't think it was going to do that purely because it put this CRUD functionality down here. So I thought it was going to put all the CRUD functionality down here. I don't know that I'm a fan of this being called a service instead of being called a repository, but you know, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. What about, oh yeah, let me, I have noticed you are not updating the implementation progress file. File is very important for tracking purposes. Please fill it out with what has been done thus far, and in future milestones add to it what has been completed. Do paperwork. That's what I'm telling the robots. I'm tired of doing paperwork myself. Make it do the paperwork. Proceed to yes, please continue. Nice. I guess I didn't look at the last one. That's my bad. I should have looked at it. I also should have committed it. Quest storage service. So as far as I know, this seems weird to me that you gotta like get the DB every time. Should that not be like got once? That looks terrible. I'm so used to C# where you would like inject that. Yeah. I come from a C# background where we would use dependency injection to send the DB into the service, enabling easier testing and other bonuses. I see that we are getting the DB in each call. Is there a way to do you're gonna see that we are not doing that. Should we use that? Oh, let me spell it out. Dependency injection. DI pattern here, or is that not applicable? Great question. The dependency injection pattern is absolutely applicable, and using it can provide the same benefits. Easy testing, better separation of concerns, and more flexible code. Right now, your service user profile, service request service, strict statically call a database API. This is simple, but it tightly couples their services to the concrete database, making unit testing and swapping implementations harder. DI and TypeScript, you can use DI in several ways. Constructor injection, parameter instruction, benefits, testability, example, constructor, yada yada. If your app, in your app, you'd create this when you use DI in TypeScript. If you want to write unit tests for your services, if you anticipate swapping database implementations, if you want to follow solid principles and keep code loosely coupled. So I was trying to follow functional programming, which I don't know anything about. I'm just doing everything I don't know anything about. I'm like, I don't know front end, I don't know TypeScript, I don't know this database. Hell, I don't even want to use solid. Let's go functional. I don't know a damn thing that I'm doing. Although I'm guessing we're getting away from the functional programming with the interfaces, maybe? I'm not sure. If you value testability and flexibility, using DI is a good idea. TypeScript as well. It's a best practice for larger or more complex apps. So would you like me to refactor the storage services? Use dependency injection in the database instance. I do think that I will want. Yeah, I would like to have testing. And the ability to move the database to the cloud if I want to build a mobile app or web page around this data. All right, we've refactored it. The database instance or interface via the constructor, updated the usage pattern to instantiate all that. Neat. Wait, what is this? Add 12, took away 12. And you can't look at it. I can't look at any of them. I can't look at this stuff. So now this gets passed in. Okay. Neat. Sweet. Create an database service. Huh. Neat. User profile services do. Would you like me to proceed with refactoring the remaining storage services, hideout, inventory, market, to use this DI pattern before continuing with new milestones? Those don't exist yet, right? That didn't impact. I do want those to use DI, but I don't think we have created them yet. Feel free to update them if they exist and continue to the next milestone if they don't. Nice. All right. What are you doing over here? Oh shit, I didn't check in. You're going hog wild. Stuff didn't exist. These are the other milestones. I mean, it's fine to go ahead and get them knocked out. With how detailed this action plan is, I do not need to be doing this milestone-based thing. This thing, I'm pretty sure I can just let it go, and I'm golden. Maybe let's try that on this next one. We'll see what happens. Just trying new things. Oh, wait, did it just knock out all the rest of the milestones? All storage services have now been implemented using the dependency injection pattern via the database service interface. The implementation progress file has been updated to reflect the completion of these milestones. Ready to proceed to the next milestone, create data migration system. Let me know if you want to review or adjust anything before I continue. Okay, so can you explain to me how our DI is set up to use the, what was it called? IndexedDB? Yeah. IndexedDB. If it is not, then can you please set that up? Currently, your DI setup is only partially complete. You have a IDENT interface, and all storage services are written to accept an implementation of this interface. However, there is no concrete class implementation using INDEX, nor is there any code that requires the actual database. Class IndexedDB service implements a thing. What I'll do is I'll create that service, it implements this thing, hooks it up. Start by implementing the concrete index thing. Could that have been this? This looks quite different, I think. All storage services now accept the implementation is a concrete implementation. This makes it easy to swap out for a cloud. If you need an example of another service, I want to see how to wire this up in a React context or app entry point. Let me know. How does the indexed DB service differ from the database service that we were initially using? Could we have just made it extend that interface instead of making a net new file? Let me check this in. Creating dependency injection for all data for all classes. Okay. Let's see. Quick question. Here's a clear breakdown. The next differs from this. Database service is a static utility class that wraps a low-level index DB logic using the IDB library. It exposes static methods, is a concrete implementation of your interface. It acts as an adapter, translating the interfaces. It is designed for dependency injection and can be swapped out with different implementations, i.e. a cloud database, without changing your storage services. Why not just extend the thing? It's not an interface or a base class. It's a static utility. You can't extend static classes. Oh, wait, is it static class? Huh. The purpose of iDatabase is to define a contract for all database operations, so you can inject any implementation. Correct. Yeah, I get that. If you wanted, you could refactor to be a class with an instance method and have index extended. But that would require significant changes and would still not decouple your services from IndexedDB. Could we have used database service directly. You could have, but then your storage services would be tightly coupled and not easily testable or swappable for a cloud backend. By introducing the iDatabase service and IndexedDB service, you gain flexibility, testability, and future proofing. Here's a summary of what you have. Conclusion: this IndexedDB service is an adapter that makes your code DI friendly and future proof. So this has database service. And the database service is the database service. You fucking ding-a-ling. You cannot simply extend it. If you want, you can refactor database service. It is that. You say this is a static. I mean, this isn't static. This is just a class. What the flip flap are you talking about? What? It looks to me like the indexed DB service uses the database service that we previously created. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding, and is that desirable? Yes, your understanding is correct. Is it desirable? Yes, this is common and understood pattern. Okay. Well, then these names are probably flipped. Right. In that case, I think we might want to swap their names because the database service is dedicated purely to indexed DB, while the service.cs, while the indexed DB service, oh, TS, not CS, my bad, is actually a generic database service. I'm going to say, should we? In that case, should we swap their names? Instead of saying I think so, because I think that all AI is set up to affirm whatever you state to it. So if you say, I think we should do this, then it's always going to say, yes, we should, because I, the user, said that I think we should. So I try to avoid that verbiage. That's a very reasonable suggestion. Here's the best practice. The class implementation of the generic ID database service interface of the index DB should be called database service, whatever. Recommend approach, rename the current one to this, since it's not main DI friendly generic database class is favorite within your app. Benefit the main. Would you like me to perform this refactor for you? Yes, please. I'm sure all storage. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. The refactor sounds good. You might want to change the current database service TS to something else before you change the indexed DB service TS to that name. Gemini tells me I'm wrong when I'm wrong. It will affirm that I have some thoughts on something and then explain what it thinks is right. Oh, really? That's cool. I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing. I didn't know that. I don't have a lot of experience with Gemini. I just noticed that anytime I've said, like, I think this, the AI's always, you're right. And I'm like, And I've seen like the back end prompts from GPT or Claude or whatever be exposed where they say things like, always like support the user. The issue with your first command is that we are already in the TS directory. That should not have made you what? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Just rerun the remove. Just take the TS out of it. Why are you applying edits? What? The file was previously. I mean, I guess I did not actually update it the first time. Oh, it's broken. IndexedDB utils. Did it change the name? Oh no, that's a new name. Oh, it copied the file over. I made a new file and then copied all this over. And then, oh man, this refactor. Oh shit. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh no, this refactor is not. No me gusta. No good. No good. This refactor. Oh geez, we're gonna have to pull this one back out. Hold on. What are you trying to do, my guy? All right, so IDB got installed. That's good. What else was done down here? Okay, yep. Package, yep, makes sense. All right, so here it said to rename this to IndexedDB utils, but then it made an IndexedDB utils. Is that many lines long? 88. It contains static index logic. It is now renamed to clarify its role, and all static methods and logic remain unchanged. All right, so this should just be deleted. This rename shouldn't happen. Okay, and now here, what the fuck? This one is now named database services, because this is the one where we would mock out the database we send into it. Okay, so, all right. And we can run these commands on the mock. Okay, cool. All right. I think we're good. I just don't quite get what the hell's going on here. I think here it's choking a little bit. We'll probably just end up deleting the database services. All right, that's fine. Keep running. You're fine. You're fine, Copilot. I believe in you. I just had to like pump the brakes for a second because it's acting funky. It was asking to remove this file. I told it why I couldn't remove the file. And then it started changing things. Why are you changing more things now? Oh, no, you're not. What are you doing? This is okay. So it's definitely breaking. The next time it gives me the chance to hit exit, I'm going to hit exit on it. And this is why you do the, this is the exact reason actually. So it's kind of cool to get that it's happening. Sometimes it just breaks. This is broken. I don't know what it's doing, why it's doing this. I could hit the stop key. I'm going to let it run until it unless it starts editing files, but it's broken right now. It's broken. And so now I can say, when I kill its brain and we make a new window and I say, hey, we're working on this feature. We've been working on this feature already. Check out the progress to see what's already done. Look at the implementation plan to see what's next and pick it up and continue. And this is the exact reason why you do it like this. Because yeah, it's done. Pause. It's done. Let me, okay. I'm gonna see if it knows what the next milestone is. I think this file is going to be removed. So let me delete this. This file was never committed. Was, but not saved. I'm gonna put it back to its old name. Actually, I'm just gonna put it back to a silly name. I'm gonna put a to do up here. I'm pretty sure that we want to delete this. Delete. I guess I'm the only one working here. I don't need to put special marks on it. Refactor the names of files. Swapping database service and indexed DB service. Is that what happened? So I think that's what we did. Can we run this build? Just do a build check. We haven't done a build check in a while. Cool. All right, I'm gonna ask. Wait, what? It launched. Was it already running? Or does build launch it now? I don't think build was launching it before. Get out of here. All right. What milestone? What milestone are we on? Don't you start doing random stuff. Hey. See? It actually just went and checked because it didn't know. It forgot. Again, huge benefit of using these. I think it was actually behind, right? Create utility function, serialization, compression, and backup storage. Can you review our current implementation? Make sure that DI is set up correctly and that the index DB is named appropriately. No, let's show you the DI set up correctly. Let's do it like that. So now I expect it to delete a lot of things. Set up correctly. How to use the setup. Your DI pattern is correct and ready. Sweet. Would you like to sample implementation usage? No thanks. Please continue to the next milestone. Saved by the bell. It probably depends on the subject. If an AI is willing to repeat what it thinks is right instead of going with what you say. Maybe. That may be the case. I think it's pretty cool that we got to see it break and the milestone be a good thing. Milestone A is complete. I have created a storage utils with utility functions for data validation, serialization, and yada yada. I have absolutely no idea about what any of this is. But I trust in Skynet. Do you trust in Skynet? Storage, utils, commit. I'm ready for the next milestone. Is valid inventory item. Looks to be a pretty generic thing. The item can be any, and then item is inventory item. What a weird thing. Shouldn't this just have inventory item here? I've created the sync service with stubs for syncing user profiles, quest progress type. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Placeholder cloud sync. Ready to proceed to the final milestone, create storage testing framework. Let me know if you want to review or adjust anything before I continue. I have a question. In the storage utils, why are the inputs set? Is it arguments or is it parameters? I forget. It's arguments. Why are the arguments set to any and then check that they are the correct type instead of just setting the input, setting the argument type to the object? Now, that seems pretty strange to me. Great question. Reason the argument and storage utils validation functions are typed as any and then checked is allowed for runtime checking, not for compile time. I use any for validation functions. Purpose. These functions are meant to check if an unknown or untyped value, like data loaded from storage, user input, or JSON blob, actually matches the expected interface at runtime. TypeScript implementation. TypeScript type system only works at compile time. At runtime, all types are erased, so you can't rely on TypeScript to ensure the value is user profile. Type guards by accepting any and returning a type predicate. These functions act as type guards. After calling them, TypeScript will treat the value as a correct type if the function returns true. If you've typed the argument as user profile, you lose the ability to check unknown data and would only be able to check values that TypeScript already thinks are valid, which defeats the purpose of runtime validation. Weird. I get what it's saying, but seems weird. What happens if the data doesn't match perfectly, such as it has all the properties of the item, but then an extra property? Will it still pass the validation? That is all the required properties of the type, but also has extra properties. It will still pass the validation. Nice, cool. That's what I wanted. You know, why are you saying all the rest? I don't need all the rest. Awesome, thanks. Please continue with the next milestone. Oh, wait, didn't you? Did I already commit? Yes, I did. All right, sweet. Sounds good. Nice. It's getting late. I can't believe it's 11. I can't believe I was working literally all day today, from 10 in the morning to now. Building out the new YouTube channel, which I've got linked down below me, like it's put on here. No content is on it yet, but in the future, all of these streams will be on that channel, and I'll only stream to this channel for gaming content. So if you want to follow more with the programming content I'm doing here, then hit that. I'm gonna re-upload my current streams for programming. Like, I'm gonna delete them off this channel and move them over to that channel. So yeah, and then you can stick around here if you want to see me play some games. Currently working on Expedition 33. But yeah, good stuff. All right, milestone 10 is complete. I have created the storage service test with comprehensive test for storage operations, data integrity, and migration procedures using Jest style syntax as an example. The implementation file has also been updated. This completes all planned milestones. If you'd like to review, please review. Please set up Jest so I can run the test. So this just has get and setters. This is getters and setters, which I don't really find valuable in testing. That's not gonna work. Is the Twitch channel programming stream also being split? No, Twitch is just me. I'm not too worried about the Twitch side of things. On as far as that goes. YouTube has an algorithm behind it that tries to push you out to audiences that it thinks are interested in you. And so on YouTube, I've got 900 people following, and half the accounts are dead. And the other half of the accounts are interested in me playing video games. Luckily, there's an overlap between video games and programming, so I get some hits on it. But for instance, if I was doing like a gardening stream or a cooking stream, YouTube goes, "Hey, gamers, you want to watch somebody cook?" And they go, "No, I don't." But it doesn't know that I'm cooking, because it goes, "Hey, gamers, do you want to watch this content you've liked before?" And they go, "No, I don't like that content." And they go, "Oh, well, we know this guy does gaming stuff, so his own people don't want to watch him. Then, man, this stuff must suck." YouTube's got a lot of like really neat practices in place, where like they look at the content you watch and then show videos you watch to other people who watch the same stuff you watch, which is why like my mom, who really likes plants and gardening and will like watch content on plants and gardening, whenever she watches my video, like if she watches me program, the algorithm will go, "Okay, she liked it. She left a comment. She was in the stream for hours, and she normally watches gardening stuff. And she liked it. So that means other people who will watch gardening stuff are going to like this video." That's what it thinks. It's not true, but it's a reasonable thing for it to think. And so, yeah, that's why you don't want to do. That's why you don't want to do follow for follow or any of that other stuff, because it just fucks up how everything's set up. What the hell is going on here? Did you jack up my fucking... I've had this happen a couple times while using Copilot at work in our TypeScript stuff, where it just like absolutely obliterates my the path. It'll add like slashes or whatever that shouldn't be there. All right, what are we looking for here? What are we at? Storage service test. Is that here? Yeah, okay. So it's saying go up 1, and needs to go up 2. That's all it is. Why can't you be smart enough to figure that out? A test suite now runs but fails because NXDB is not defined in the Node.js environment. This is expected. NXDB is a browser API and not available in Node.js with jest uses by default. How to proceed? Run these tests in Node.js. You need to mock or polyfill the IndexedDB. Most common solution is use fake IndexedDB packages for jest test. Would you like me to set up fake IndexedDB so your storage test can run jest? I normally use mocks, but if this is the standard practice, then sure thing. Then I'll do it. Can YouTube have tags? Should this stuff have tags? YouTube does have tags, and it does kind of help, but it doesn't like fix it. Yeah, Twitch doesn't give a shit. Twitch just shows your stuff. Twitch is just like whoever's got the most viewers gets views. And they try to make it a little bit better, but they try. What's going on here? Test now fails because it's not a function. This is a known issue, and the IDB library expects the global IndexedDB to have a native open. But the fake provides the open as a property, not a function. Solution. You need to assign... Dude, what? Would you like me to... Yes. Listen, Copilot, you work while I yip yap, okay? Come on. Haven't you figured this out yet? It is running into issues. You need to assign all the required index fake in your test up. Here's the standard way. Would you like me to do this? Sure. Nice. No IndexedDB and Node. Bummer. I guess. I don't know. It seems weird. That's what it claims. I didn't fact check it. It seems a little heavy-handed. From my experience with other, like, why is this not just mocked up? Right-hand side of instance of is not an object of is a known compatibility issue with IDP library when using the TypeScript ES module imports. This happens when the default import style does not always provide the correct class references. What the fuck, dude? Also, on top of all import. Oh, okay. Would you like me? Sure. We're about to not have test. I'm about to no testing. Well, why did you wrap this as any and then do that? Oh my god. If I was paying attention, I would have probably objected to that from the get-go. Oh. Is this thing looping? There's not an update there. What the fuck is going on? Let me look at this. A storage service should save and retrieve a user profile. A storage service the IndexedDB open is not a function. What the fuck does that even mean? Control F open? I'm not seeing the Control F popping up. Open. OpenDB request. Where is it calling OpenDB inside of what? That issue is line 43. That issue is inside the other thing. What the hell? What? It's not in here because that's renamed a silly name. Is it the DB service? No, it's inside this. It shouldn't be here, right? Okay, what? Where is this located? No, control. Right there, 45. Why does it say 40? Oh, that says 45. I'm blind. I don't know how to read numbers. Shut up. So yeah, that is in the DB utils. Mocking out. Are we mocking out the indexed DB utils and providing the mock to indexed DB service? No, with the current setup, you are not mocking out or providing a mock that is. Instead, you are polyfilling the global index DB API using fake index so that your real index DB utils data service classes interact with an in-memory index implementation during tests. What this means, your tests use the actual storage logic, not a mock, but the database is fake and runs in memory. This approach is standard for integration style test, as it allows you to verify real data flow and persistent code without needing a browser. It doesn't verify the real one if you're faking it. All right, if you want to mock out the instead, sorry, right now you were testing the real storage in memory. If you want to, let me know. No. All right. So then why is it saying these math? Why is it saying that? Yeah, I'm going to flip it over. Can you review why the unit test, why the tests are failing because indexdb.open is not a function? See, we flipped it over to Gemini 2.5. Come on, Gemini. You got this, baby. We only get 300 Gemini requests a month, and I blew 50 of them asking it what its favorite color was. And it never told me. Is the issue that I just need to run npm install? Because I haven't done that in a while. What? Are you hung? Wait, am I just missing a package from being installed? Package is up a level. Okay. Is not a function occurs because the object assigned in your jest test setup does not have an open method with the IDB library used. Here's a breakdown of why it's happening. Fake index model structure when using library expectations, the mismatch in your preview setup. If require fake index returns an object, then this becomes that. The solution you need is to ensure that the global this index DB assigned the actual factory instance from fake index, like the default property. The other index DB related global issue are also correctly sourced. I'll update the before all block to correctly initialize these variables. What? That doesn't seem like much of a change. TS ignore. What the hell? Okay. npm run build. What? Please run, please execute npm run build and resolve the issues. Could switch to pay per use. True. It does that automatically whenever you run out of the request. Build process is failing with two types of errors. Start by examining the config and the entry points. The build is failing with errors related to the TS loader and the TypeScript type resolutions. The error message, false expression, non-string value, suggests an issue with how type references and directives are being handled. possibly due to an outdated misconfiguration in the TS loader or a conflict in the TypeScript configuration. The type error cannot read properties of undefined also points to an internal issue within the TS loader or its interaction within the TypeScript compiler. Here's a plan. Update the loader, review the config, examine the Webpack configuration. That probably wants me to be in the above directory before running that command. Oh, son of a bitch. No, it didn't. Whoops. Whoops. Oops. What directory? Oh, fuck, I wish it would say this. Maybe that's going to be a command that I add. Fuck. cd ts npm install TypeScript loader. All right, there. Now we run build it here. We completed successfully. There have been warnings. Yeah, that's fine. Awesome. Please continue working on the test issues. While that runs, let me go get sad. Sadness. All right, that's fine. Let's let it do its work, I think, for a little bit. Bathroom break? Water break? This is a function. This is being set with a fake index. It's global. Let's set up the refine. We'll ensure that is necessary submodule are required. Here's a plan to implement the correct polyfill setup. You keep saying that, and you keep alternating back and forth between these two. So something it's not. It says IDB request is not defined. That's a different error. Why is it? Oh, no, it's just going right back. Fuck. Haven't we just been cycling between these right-hand side instance of? Maybe that's actually because of the Tarkov tracker DB. Is happening online. Oh, fuck, that's such a shitty line. Is there supposed to be a parenthesis here? That's a really crappy line because that line looks pretty syntactically bad. Character is located. All right. So it's happening right where this little caret is. So it could be that Tarkov tracker DB is not set up correctly, is what I'm asking it. The hell are you changing? It just keeps changing things back and forth. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's broken. Just like me. Let's see what we get here. But I'm thinking it's bedtime. Let's see what this execution finishes on. You're right to focus on the exact point of failure. Occurs strongly suggests is performing an instance of check internally. Yada yada. This will. Oh my god. Let's use more direct approach. Oh no. Well, at least it's something different. Okay, what the fuck? I don't know what it did, but it passed. What does it mean? These tests don't even do anything. They literally are just fucking test for getters and set. What does it mean? I don't know. All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to bed. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Please like, follow, and check out the new channel down below. So I got some subs on that whenever we go live with it, which we'll be putting edited versions of these streams on there, and I'll be putting previously done programming content on there. So we should get some content on there before too long. And we'll keep this channel for gaming. I know that's more important for the YouTube side of things, because here on Twitch, you'll get what you get and it'll be what it is. But yeah, if you're over on YouTube and you want to see some more of me doing this stuff, then check out this new channel, because next time I do this, it's going to be on the AI Coding with Shinny channel. It's already set up. I just couldn't stream on it today because there's a 24-hour wait before you can stream on a new account. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate y'all. I should have done that shout out a bit more throughout the stream. And might be able to do something tomorrow evening, but if not tomorrow evening, then I'll catch you all next Friday. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. And bedtime. Bedtime. We got the shitty things to pass. That's all I ever wanted, was a passing grade. Never got it. See ya. Take care. Have a good one. Bye. Good night, brother. Thanks, well reviewed. First time chatting, coming in and say good night. Brings a tear to my eye. Love you all. Bye.